Good evening. I'd like to call the regular City Council meeting of November 27th, 2023 to order at 6:31 p.m. The Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be led by Councilmember Menchaca.
Please stand. Place your right hand on your heart. Ready, begin.
States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Harrington,
Here.
Vice Mayor Wu,
Here.
Councilmember Chan,
Here.
Councilmember Ding,
Here.
Councilmember Menchaca.
Here.
Okay, we'll now have some announcements from our Chief City Clerk.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on the city's online platforms. If you wish to address the City Council during tonight's meeting, we request that you please complete a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk. When speaking, please state your name for the record. If you wish to receive City Council agendas, please sign up on the city's website.
Thank you. Next, we'll have approval of the agenda order. Do we have any objections to the agenda order?
Mayor, I would like to pull item L.
That'll be coming up. That'll be coming up next. So this is just for the agenda order. All right. Are there any objections to the order? Seeing none, it's approved. Next item is presentations.
Presentation A, Native American Heritage Month. Mayor Harrington will make the presentation, and Chief Anthony Morales, Gabrielino San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, and Chairman Andy Salas of the Keech Nation San Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians will accept the proclamation.
Thank you. So this is Native American Heritage Month. The city is recognizing that. So we have a few whereases. So whereas during National Native American Heritage Month, we celebrate a rich tapestry of peoples of the original ancestral land, the indigenous inhabitants of what was now the United States, who have moving stories of tragedy, triumph, and perseverance, which we recognize inextricably woven into the history of this country. Whereas Native Americans have enriched our heritage and continue to add to all aspects of our society through their continued practice of teaching the economic, environmental, and cultural sustainability, and whereas there's a long history of actions from the arrival of the Spanish colonizers to federal policies that sought to assimilate and displace Native people and eradicate Native cultures, their culture has survived through strength and perseverance. And whereas the descendants of the Gabrielino tribes remain dedicated to the preservation, practice, and advancement of their rich and vibrant culture and contribute to the San Gabriel community known as the Ancestral Village and the community of Tovascanga. And whereas during the month of November, we honor our Native peoples in their ancestral home, and recognize their continued contributions in strengthening the diversity of our society, the City Council hereby proclaims November 2023 as Native American Heritage Month, dated November 27th, 2023. All right, so I would like to present some proclamations to Chairman Andy Salas and Chief Anthony Morales. So we'll do Chairman Andy Salas from the Gabrielino Keech tribe first. We have Chairman Salas here, our representative. So I don't know if someone would like to say a few words.
Yes,
All right,
of course.
thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nadine Salas. Nadine Bettis Salas, Daltimas. I have Lisa, she's Acuna, and Richard Gradius. And we are the Keech Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians. My brother Andrew is at a different function. He said he would be here, but it's hard to be, if he's chairman, to be in two places at one time. He's a very busy man. So we do thank you so much. I mean, as I drove over here and I saw all the flags lit up from, our veterans, my heart, it just was beautiful. There's a beautiful display of the flags. As Americans, that's something to be proud of, the people that fought for our country. We thank them. those past and those present. But our heart is here in San Gabriel because we are, yes, we are the Native Americans of this area, and we are the Quiche Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, very proud of it, and thank you for acknowledging us. Thank you, we really do appreciate it, and we have a lot of history here. It's the city with the mission, and we have a lot of history. May not have a casino and all, but we are rich in culture. So thank you, all of you, so very, very much. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Andy will probably show up, but as I mentioned, he had to be at another event, and hopefully he'll come.
Thank you. So we'll hand the proclamation and take a quick picture with the council if you want to join me, and then we'll do that. All right, so next we'll have Chief Morales from the Gabrielino Tongva tribe.
Greetings. Thank you. It's an honor to stand here before you again, but this time in a more positive situation than last month. But again, thank you very much. It's an honor for our tribe, for our ancestors, and for some of my tribal members to stand up here in front of me with you here. And again, like I said, we thank you very much. It's an honor, not only to our tribe here, but when you say Native American month, the month of November is for all Native Americans. It's for Native America. That's what we call it. And in light of what I just saw across the street, I am a veteran myself, and I will be here Friday morning. So again, it's an honor for me to acknowledge that the city has honored all veterans and our tribe tonight here as the Indigenous Tribal Council of the San Gabriel Mission. Again, thank you. In the memory of my ancestors. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you'd like to come up, we'll get the proclamation as well as take a few pictures.
Mayor and council members, my name is Andrew Salas. I'm tribal chair of the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians. I'm sorry I'm late. I got a bad back. But yeah, and I've just left just an event I had earlier. But I want to say, on behalf of our tribal government, on behalf of our ancestors, on behalf of my father, longtime resident and lineal descendant of the original people here of the Los Angeles Basin, including La Misión Vieja and San Gabriel, I want to say thank you. We owe this proclamation. I'm going to dedicate this proclamation to my ancestors, my father, even my mother, who was my father's right-hand man on his journey that he had here on earth for the protection and preservation of his history. I owe this to our ancestors who strived for survival, to keep us alive here today, to share this beautiful history, our indigenous history, with all of you. And I thank the city for working with our tribe in getting much of the story straight. I really appreciate this. This is an honor to have, and I thank all of you and your support and your backing behind our tribal government. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. In audience, I thank you all.
Over here, please. Thank you.
So next item, please.
Lung Cancer Awareness Month. Mayor Harrington will make the presentation.
Thank you. So this is another important proclamation for the city. It's Lung Cancer Awareness Month. We also have some more whereases. A lot of people are not aware of Lung Cancer Awareness Month. This is a time to just make the public aware. That's a very important issue. So whereas lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death among men and women in the United States, and accounting for more deaths than colon cancer, breast cancer, or prostate cancer. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control, there were 18,625 new lung cancer cases and 13,000 deaths between 2015 and 2019 in LA County alone. And where the 5-year survival rate of lung cancer is less than 60%, yet only 24% of lung cancers go diagnosed. And whereas screening for lung cancer for high-risk individuals using low-dose computed tomography can lead to the earlier detection of lung cancer and save lives, reducing the mortality by 20% when compared to the screening of chest X-ray in the National Lung Screening Trial, reducing the death of risk by 10 years in 24% of men and 33% of women, as demonstrated by another large randomized trial. And whereas funding for lung cancer research trials is far behind funding for other cancer research, additional research is needed for early diagnosis, screening, and treatment for lung cancer, as well as for lung cancer affecting women and lung cancer affecting other health disparities. And whereas lung cancer incidence is decreasing twice as fast in men as it is in women, each year more and more women die from lung cancer than breast cancer, and by 2035, more women will die from lung cancer than men. And whereas African Americans have the highest lung cancer incidence and mortality of all races, and the disparity in lung cancer screening, diagnosis, and treatment and mortality are well characterized among African Americans and other racial minorities, and whereas lung cancer in individuals who've never smoked is the 7th leading cause of cancer-related death and accounts for 17 to 26,000 deaths every year. 60 to 7% of individuals diagnosed with lung cancer have never smoked. And whereas radon is the leading cause of lung cancer among individuals who never smoked, and the second leading cause of lung cancer overall. And whereas the stigma of surrounding lung cancer creates barriers to early diagnosis, treatment, and funding for research, has a detrimental impact on the quality of life of people diagnosed with lung cancer, and hinders awareness of research into lung cancer risk factors other than smoking. And whereas lung cancer research is leading to breakthroughs in identification of genetic alterations associated with lung cancer in the development of treatments, including immunotherapies and targeted therapies. And the final whereas, organizations working in California, such as the American Lung Cancer Screening Initiative and the American Lung Association, are committed to educating about lung cancer and lung cancer screening and working to increase lung cancer screening rates in California. The City Council hereby declares November Lung Cancer Awareness Month in the city of San Gabriel and urge citizens to join us in this special observance. Dated November 7th, 2023. I don't believe we have any representatives from Lung Cancer Association. Okay. So we will get that proclamation to them. Thank you. Next item, please.
United Against Hate Week. Mayor Harrington will make the presentation, and Florence Lynn, Community Relations Manager, and Heidi Lau, Stop the Hate Manager, will accept the proclamation.
Thank you. We have a busy month, but this is a United Against Hate Week. And this is a proclamation from the city. So whereas the United States is a nation of immigrants whose strength comes from its diversity, and the Constitution enshrines equality of all individuals, regardless of race, gender, orientation, religion, or political views, and where deep divisions within our country are the result of extreme ideology, further strengthening a cycle of mistrust and suspicion, fueled by fear, anxiety, and insecurity. The number of hate crimes across the United States has increased dramatically over the past 6 years, and whereas the city of San Gabriel is dedicated to preventing and opposing hate crimes and hate and intolerance in our communities, the City Council supports LA versus Hate, United Against Hate Week 2023, and city activities to stop hate, intolerance, bullying, and to promote a safe and inclusive and equitable neighborhoods. And whereas education, compassion, and cooperation are the key to unlocking understanding and embracing the differences between people, and whereas we seek to join other communities in California and cities across this country in this 4th annual LA versus Hate annual LA versus Hate United Against Hate Week, and as an important step to bridging the divisions and strengthening our communities, the city of San Gabriel does declare November 12th through 18th as United Against Hate Week, dated November 7th, 2023. So, did you want to say a few words, Florence, or?
Good evening, Council. I'm Heidi, and here I have Florence, who is the Community Relation Manager from the Asian Youth Center. And thank you very much. We are very honored to represent the Asian Youth Center and LA versus Hate to receive the proclamation from the city. And since the pandemic, the xenophobic harassment and racism are on the rise. According to the San Gabriel Valley Community Survey conducted by AYC and our partner in 2021, nearly 1/3 of respondents said they and their family experienced a hate incident based on their race and ethnicity since the COVID-19 outbreak. And most of these experiences involve verbal abuse or insults. So Asian Youth Center is dedicated to addressing hate through community education, engagement, and mobilization activity to empower residents to prevent, intervene, and recover from hate. And our work focuses on community outreach and education, training and workshop, arts-based education, youth development, and also cross-cultural joint advocacy. And I remember when I started working at AYC in 2021, my first project was to support the Bystander Intervention Training Press Conference during the United Against Hate Week at the Smith Park. And with the support of the city and a council member, the press conference was very successful. The city and council member also showed their dedication to addressing the Asian hate issue during the press conference. And since then, AYC got a lot of support from the city for the anti-hate work. Early this year, we hosted bystander intervention training at the Parcel Market Hall. With the support of the city, we had the opportunity to host the training for the community members and also the seniors from the Adult Recreation Center. And also in the month of May, AYC hosts our first multicultural art pop-up at the Playdate event and also the API Heritage Month celebration at the Parcel Market Hall to promote diversity, equity, inclusion, and cultural understanding in the community. We also got support from the city in this effort. Moving forward for this upcoming United Against Hate Week, we are looking forward to host our activity at the San Gabriel High School Dream Centers. And thank you very much again, and our effort cannot be successful without the continuing support from the city. And moving forward, we also continuing having the bystander intervention training online and in person. Please feel free to reach out to AYC website and social media for further details. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any words, Florence? Or just ditto?
Yeah, just ditto. Thank you, all the city council members and mayors and vice mayors. And we do appreciate the proclamation. That shows a lot that we can still continue working and bring the love instead of hate to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you'd like to come up, we'll take a picture with you. All right, thank you. Next item, please.
Athens Services Update. Athens Services Director of Government Affairs, Becky Chang, will make the presentation.
Oh, great, thank you. The arrow, great, thank you. Mayor Harrington, Vice Mayor Wu, council members, my name is Becky Chang, Director of Government Affairs for Athens Services, your waste and recycling partner. Today I'll do a brief presentation. I'm sort of new to the team. However, I want to make sure you are aware of some of the things we have done in the city, some of the support we have done for the communities in the city and upcoming schedules for the upcoming holiday season. Great. What I will go over tonight is a couple items. One is SB 1383. What is that state bill? What does it entail? Some of the community activities we have done in the city in the past couple months. Our quarterly newsletter, our open communications with the city and with our customers. The upcoming holiday season, some of the important dates and need-to-knows in terms of preparing for the rainy season. And lastly, I will take questions from the council. California State Bill 1383, what is that? Also known as Short-Lived Climate Pollutant Reduction Strategy, it really targets the reduction of methane from landfills. Per the state bill, all Californians are required to place all their food scraps and their green waste and 100% fiber-based food soil paper products, including your chopsticks, your paper or bamboo, utensils, into the green waste container. So before you have, City of San Gabriel is on what we call a two-stream waste system, meaning your waste and your recyclables goes in one bin, the black bin. And you also have a separate bin, which is the green bin. But now under State Bill 1383, all your food waste that usually goes into your black bin will now go into the green bin. And I'll close the loop on what we do with all your green bin waste later in the presentation. So this means because you're taking more, you're putting your green waste into the green bin, now you have less waste in your black. So, and that means you're reducing also the amount of organic waste into landfills. That create, like I said, the methane that will basically is the leading cause of our climate crisis. And I do want to give a shout out for Asian Youth Center, not only for their work they do on anti-Asian hate, their work in terms of in the community to do, to empower at-risk youth, but also their work in terms of recognizing food insecurity. And their emergency food waste program, does prevent these food to go into the landfill by directly giving them to the folks in need who are experiencing food insecurity. We have been active in the city, and we're honored to be part of the San Gabriel community. Athens Services is really a company that believes in giving back to the communities that it serves, and it does encourage its employees to do the same as well. So this year, Athens is really excited to have supported many of the local organizations here in the city, such as La Casa de San Gabriel Historical Society, of course, shown here in the slide, the very famous Dumpling and Beer Festival in the San Gabriel Valley, and also we will be the title sponsor for the upcoming annual Turkey Trot as well. Our free compost giveaway, we just recently had one end of October at Smith Park. And thanks for all the residents that came out that morning to come get our compost. It was a very long line on Clary Avenue, wrapping around to San Marino Avenue and onto Broadway. So thank you for all the residents for their patience while my diligent operations team under the sun shoveling all the compost in the containers. So thank you. Special shout out to my ops team. I really appreciate their work on a Saturday morning. So in total, we served 170 residents that morning. And there was just a little bit left. And so how this works is that everybody can come and get in line with your car. You pull up and we'll bring out the container and we'll shovel 30 gallons of compost you can take away. However, and that's per trip. You can always come back for a second round, third round, and at the end of the event, there's anything left over, you're free to take as much as you want. And so I mentioned about SB 1383. So all the green waste and yard waste that now goes to your green bin, we haul it away back to our facility, American Organics, and we turn those items into compost. We are certified, we have certified machine that produce those compost, and that's where we close the loop, as I call it, that we give it back to the communities that we serve. Cal Recycle visit. We had this October 10th. Cal Recycle basically is the state agency that oversees the implementation of the State Bill 1383 and does regular visits to cities to help them achieve waste diversion, recycling, and environmentally preferable purchasing goals. So Athens partnered with Cal Recycle and the city's Public Works Department to make sure that the facilities do operate according to state standards and permit and registration conditions. And I want to report that it was a very successful visit. We identified a few items and concerns that we need to address, but it also gives an open dialogue opportunity between city staff and Cal Recycle to make sure that we comply with the program, the state bill, as we move forward. Quarterly newsletters. So Athens Services pride itself in providing the best customer service possible with open communication. So we do send a quarterly newsletter out to all our customers, to all our cities, to inform residents of upcoming events and useful information that's relevant in the upcoming, like I say, holiday season. All the information I'll be sharing a little bit in the following slides were all included in this Q4 newsletter that went out with residents' trash bill in October. I do want to say that also recognizing the demographics of the city, we also have these marketing materials translated in both Spanish and Mandarin, and those went out along with the bills as well. So, if the residents have any questions about their bills, we do have customer service representatives that speak different languages, Spanish and Mandarin, so they are free to call us. If you have questions about your bill, want to learn how to separate your trash, or they just, simply you want to let us know how wonderful our drivers are, we're happy to hear from you. Please call our 800 number. We love to hear from the residents. Holiday schedule. So the upcoming holiday schedules, we have Thanksgiving on November 23rd, Christmas on December 25th, New Year's Day, January 1st. If your collection, basically if your service day falls on any of those days, it will be delayed by one day. And Saturday services, that's usually for commercials, will be delayed until the following Monday. Christmas is coming, so holiday tree pickup. What to do with your unwanted Christmas tree. So basically, after New Year's Day for 2 weeks, from Tuesday, January 2nd to Monday, January 15th, you can put out your holiday tree at the curb on your regular service day, and Athens will collect it. So you have 2 weeks, basically out of 2 weeks, you will have 2 days out of the 2 weeks to put out. So you can decide to put it out service day on week 1 or week 2. That's up to you. However, we do ask you to remove all lights, ornaments, and tinsels from the tree so we can collect them and compose them. Raining season coming up. Some of the tips, how to prepare your waste and recycling, trash on a rainy day. Make sure your carts are covered to prevent rainwater from entering. It will be really heavy for you to push, and for us to also complicated for us to process back in our facility as well if it's very wet. We do have the machine to squeeze out the liquid, but it just makes things a little tougher. So we do appreciate if you can make sure your lids are covered, or covered down. Make sure the cars are at least 6 inches away from the curb. So it makes, in terms of a big rain, they don't get carried away when it's empty, when it's light and empty. Last and not least, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions that council may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of council?
I have one question.
you,
So on the newsletter, or
Yes.
whatever, is it referred to as a newsletter?
Yes, correct.
So for example, we go paperless, so
Right.
it's sent along with
With your bill.
with our bill.
That's correct.
But if I wanted to, or anyone would like to just subscribe to it, can we also do that? Or it's only one time? And
Yeah, I think you could definitely call our customer service, and they can take it. There's definitely an option for you to sort of opt in, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, but when you sign up for paperless, it is part of the newsletter is part of your bill in attachment format. So you have to
kind of
open
focus
it,
on the
scroll-
bill, not
yeah.
the newsletter at the time.
So if you scroll down a little bit, you should see it. But thank
Okay.
you for the question, Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions?
Yes, Mayor?
Vice Mayor?
Thank you
Vice
very much,
Mayor.
Becky, for the presentation.
Thank
I
you.
have a couple questions about illegal dumpings is always the problem for not only our city, but many cities, they have the issue.
Mhm.
So when we have those people, they dumped bulky items, and actually there's a hotline that they can call and pick up for free.
Mhm. That's right.
Is it a language support on those hotlines? Do you have like additional language
Yes, so
support?
the line basically you call in will be our customer service line.
So that can be multi-language support?
That's correct. That's
Awesome.
correct.
And another question is about the organic waste.
Mhm.
I remember 1 year ago that we had a lot of green organic trash bins
Mhm.
in front of every unit, including the condominium units.
Mhm.
Then it's disappeared.
Mhm.
I understand that this is a state law, that
Mhm.
we have a bill that will be our obligations as not only for single-family resident, but also condominiums.
That's correct.
Have your company worked with any builders that, because we have a mixed-use projects here,
Mhm.
and those containers may need to like special design for the regular trash, or this is a trash for organic food waste.
So
What
it
is
is,
your
yeah, so
solution?
it's a little different for multifamily units, and it depends on the city. If you have a multi-unit number that's bigger than a certain threshold, then you go with what we call a bin, right, a big trash can, and there's really no separation with that. But rest assured that all your trash that gets hauled away and back to our facility, we do all the sorting, meaning we have manpower that does the sorting, we have machines, AI system that makes sure every piece of trash is sorted according to their texture and where they should be. And I'm happy to, if the council is interested, I can definitely arrange a visit to our facilities as well. It will be a very eye-opening experience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, is that visit also available for residents, or is it just for council?
No, it's open for residents. We do it certain times of the year. We have the facilities, the south is a little farther, so it takes a little bit more coordination. We also have the, what I mentioned earlier, where the compost comes from, which is American Organics, and that's an interesting site to see as well. And yes, to answer your question in short, yes, we do offer those for residents as well. I'm happy to work with public work staff to arrange something.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah. Okay, just want to confirm, so for the multi-user, the family, like a condominium, so you say if just in case, I don't think they really sort to the organic waste. So Anson still have the machine to sort organic waste
Yes.
before go to the landfill?
So yes, so meaning you have all your bins, your trash bin. Once we pick up, it goes to our sorting facility. So if it's organics, you'll go to what I just mentioned, American Organics, up a little bit farther up north, and those get grinded down. That gets chemically processed into and fermentation and heat processing that turn into compost. So, but getting into our facility so all the trucks that come in, they're labeled, and we know what each of the routes, each of the trucks is carrying. Once it gets to our facility, those are documented and numbered, so we know what's coming in and where it should go before, once it gets our facility or after it gets to our facility, unload where we should send it, transfer it to. So we have that capability. So everything is sorted.
But
yes.
you say the sorting is based on their bean. It's if they have the green bean, so you can do the sorting. But if just for the regular the black bean, especially for the condominium, is a big bean. So
That's also sorted.
It's still sorted.
Yes, everything
Okay,
is
great,
sorted.
great.
Correct.
Okay, that's good to
Commercial
know.
and residential.
Yeah, because community, they're asking the same question to me, so they really want concerned like environmental. It's a try cooperative, but sometimes the reality for the condominium, sometimes it's hard to control.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah.
we sort everything
Yeah.
because it is our responsibility to help to make sure the city complies with
Okay.
CalRecycle regulations. And that also means certain reporting, certain numbers that need to be met, your diversion numbers also need to be met. So there's a lot of science that goes behind it. But yes, to answer your question, everything is sorted
Okay.
at our
great.
facility. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, council member.
No further questions? Well, thank you, Becky. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you,
Take care. Have a
council.
great evening. All right, next item, please.
Public comment. This is the time set aside for members of the public to address the city council on items of interest that are not on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the San Gabriel City Council. If you wish to address the council, please fill out a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk. Our first comment tonight comes to us from Dan Gosserand and reads as follows. I just wanted to say thank you, City Council, City Manager, and City Departments and the POA for the support for our K-9 Officer Barada fundraiser last month. It was a great thing to see so many people come together to support our brother as he recovers from his unforeseen illness, and I know he and his family were very appreciative of it. This is not how he envisioned the next chapter into retirement, I'm sure, but his family was able to show him all of the support at the event through the video feed, and I know it was a great opportunity to show him what impact he has made serving this community all of these years. Thank you, everyone, again for showing the support. And Mr. Mayor, I have no speaker cards.
Thank you. Oh, there's one more.
Good evening, Council. I just want to start by saying that the proclamation, the anti-hate proclamation, it was just so perfect that you presented it to Ms. Heidi and Ms. Florence. It's one of my best buddies right here. The other thing I want to talk about is, I ended the month of October kind of in a sad note. My uncle passed away. He was a veteran. He was actually a veteran of World War II. He would have been December the 29th, he would have been 105 years old. And we laid him to rest. And it was kind of sad, but you know, still at the same time, you know, what a wonderful life, 104, almost 105 years old. And so then, you know, so then we got to go last week to the Dia de los Muertos presentation. And I just want to just thank Rebecca Perez and her staff. What a wonderful presentation that was. I actually showed up feeling really bad, but I left feeling really good. And I just wanted to, you know, say thank you to the community services for that presentation. It was just a wonderful presentation, and I think everybody there just really enjoyed it. And it was the playhouse was, you know, pretty full. Yeah, it was packed. But that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to address council? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Next item, please.
Consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, and recommendations will be approved in one motion unless a member of the city council or public requests separate discussion. We have not received a request from the public to pull an item.
Have at it.
Yes, I would like to pull item L.
Item L? All right. So we'll pull item L for separate discussion. In the meantime, is it something that we would change voting, or is it just a discussion item, John?
Just a little bit discussion. I would like to discover a little more information.
Okay, so let's have a question first, and then we can vote on them all at once. Okay.
Okay. Well, this is about the street banners request. I think this is very simple things. It's from the request from the Kids Club Child Development Center. And I know probably the person that has who applied for this, she's here today. So I would like to just get to know about this event a little bit more. Can we invite?
Certainly, yeah. It's an agendized item. We can have discussion.
Okay. So who is that? I mean,
Who is here from the organization?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, well, thank you for having us here and for even considering our having a street banner on the streets of Broadway, and yeah.
Thank you. So can you just briefly talk about the event that you're going to host?
So I'm the school age director of Kids Club Child Development Center, and this school year we kicked off a brand new Mandarin and STEAM after-school program. We're super excited about that because we're reaching many families in our preschool and in our after-school program. And so we have 2 Mandarin teachers. I direct them, they're teaching me, they're teaching the teachers, and the children from 6 months all the way up until 5th grade are learning Mandarin every single day with us. So we would like to promote the new program and have the banner displayed.
So is the program for free to the public?
It is not for free to the public, but our school age program, right now we are offering a 50% discount off of our tuition. And also, our membership fee is waived for this particular program.
So you actually, there's a tuition for the program?
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
The reason I actually will bring it up because usually the street banners that will be permitted by city, that is for non-commercial nature. So, and also when I see that the sample banners, it shows in Chinese, it shows the elementary, the newly established preschool Chinese and elementary school stage after school Chinese program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So it just, for me, I mean, this is not just the event, but this is like a whole curriculum, like a.
Yes,
I
yes.
see.
And it's just, it's this current school year as we kick off this new program that we are hoping to,
To promote.
yes.
I see. Yeah, because in the past, we have various business owners, they city approach me and say, oh, can we have a business banners? We try to promote our new items, new food or new service, but it's not particularly just for nonprofit. So we always say no to them. But I just want to clarify if this is the event that will be free or is for no nonprofit purpose. And that's my
Right, this
question.
particular event, we do have the tuition, however, we're the 50% discount and the free, or the waived,
50 discount. I see.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Maybe can I ask our manager, is this okay to us? I mean, this is considered as a nonprofit?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The answer to your question is it's up to the city council to determine whether this is a benefit to the city or not. Our regulations for banners say exactly what you indicated, which is it's not intended for commercial purposes. And we do that not to be punitive to San Gabriel businesses. It's that if we do it for one, we have to do it for all. And so we try to be equitable. We do it for businesses or nonprofits that provide programming to the community. And we do it for city events, obviously, anything that we're holding. So in this case, we received the request from this kids club school, and they indicated they were having programming, they were having programs that were for our residents as well as others. And they indicated that they're a nonprofit and have provided us with their nonprofit number to prove that. But ultimately, it's up to the council because charging a tuition, you can still be nonprofit and charge a tuition. It just means that your tax status is nonprofit. So all of that to say, you're not out of policy if you determine that this is a benefit to the community. And you can make that determination, or you can decide that this is something that because parents are having to pay tuition for their kids, it's not something that's a benefit to the community and therefore say no. So sorry for the long-winded answer, but if you make a determination either way, you'll be fine within our policy.
Okay, I'm sorry, your name again?
My name is Angela Wayner.
Angela.
Yes.
I see. So when you say 50% off, may I know what is the actual amount for each child?
For a 5-day program, for the month, it's $925.
It's a 50% off already?
50% off would be $467.50, I think.
This is a 5-day program.
Yes, but we do offer 1 to 5 days. You can choose however many days, and then the price goes down according to. We have a 3-day program is $670, so it would be $335 for the month on a 3-day program.
So may I ask that, if I'm correct, that you have a nonprofit credential, you have a nonprofit?
Yes, so that comes out of the Kids Club charities, would pay for that. And then we also offer scholarships throughout the year for families too. We have fundraisers that go into this nonprofit for the charities.
So again, which 5 days? From when to when? December or November? I mean, your event, the 5 days.
Oh, that's the 5 days, every 5 days.
Oh, every 5.
Yes. It would go like, you go for the whole month, and you come for 5 days each week. Or if you choose a 3-day program, you can attend Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or however you,
So basically,
what
this
fits
is-
your schedule.
I see. So basically, this is a paid program, And the tuition actually I saw on your website. So that is about the tuition, right?
Yes.
I see, because I saw that you have 3 schools. It's St. Gabriel, Rosemead,
Yes.
Pasadena, and South Pass, right?
Yes, that's
I-
correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just had a quick
Okay.
question for the city manager relating to it. So your facility is actually in Rosemead, it's not in San Gabriel?
Correct.
Is that correct? So we also do waivers for other cities? Is that part of our policy too, as long as it benefits our community?
We do. It's a great question. We do. We've done it for other school districts as well. as long as we can determine that they provide a benefit or a service to our community.
That was all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions?
Yeah, so your whole month, it's on a December or January, or which one whole month? You're talking about your program.
I'm sorry.
You say the program is a whole month program, so when will be like, will be started, your program?
The program actually started the beginning of this school year, so in September, we kicked it off and we're just,
Oh,
yes.
So
And
it's already ongoing, the program?
We have started the program.
It's already ongoing, the
Sorry.
program. So it's a
And it's
long,
ongoing, yes.
annually.
Yes.
So this banner will be handed, how many, we have that's question asking them out. So it's how many months?
Right
or,
now, we're requesting the banner for the time that,
Just, right now, you just like November 2nd to
yes.
21st.
22nd, yeah, or 21st and to the December.
For the 30 days.
Just 1 month, the
Yes,
banner. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, and just want to also help public understanding. So usually, if this kind of 5 days program, because I don't know the market rate, so how much costs for this kind of program? But you say it costs like 900, right? You give to them the 50%, but I just compare with someone else, so how much they usually on the market rate.
I'm not 100% on that.
Okay. Okay. So why the question, I think, is that to let the public determine that's really like a benefit, like our community, especially like financial, they need help. So yeah, that's I think that's why I asking because I'm not familiar too, but I
Right.
just have the question.
Mayor, could I mention that? You know, with La Casa, I'm board president for La Casa. We also have a preschool, and what we've seen is it ranges from here to down here. I mean, it's really hard to say.
Okay.
You know, every school is different, and then when you add sponsorships and donations, so it's kind of hard to kind of really tell you what the amount is, or you probably know your personal costs, but everyone is different.
Right.
And
And
so-
I know I've talked to other people where I've never gotten any
Okay.
direct amounts, like this
Okay.
school costs this much or this one. I'm,
Yeah, I know that your nonprofit organization definitely have the tuition or whatever the cost, but also based on you have 50% for the current market, it's any like some need a financial help. The kids want to learning Mandarin, so is it help them because your program is to start on September already, right? So
Yes.
for the current status, it's a lot of the kids, it's enrollment, the discount program?
it's the discount for every month.
Yeah,
So
every
like,
month it's I mean,
for this entire school year.
yeah,
it
but
would
my
be-
question is how many like kids enrolled at this program?
How many kids right
Yeah,
now?
yeah, right now it's
In my after-school program, we have 22 children.
22
And
children.
then our preschool program, the Mandarin teacher goes into each one. There's about,
So 5 days program, it's like every program, it's the same class or consistent have several class?
it's the one class they come in and we do a traditional after-school program, homework time, and then we do the Mandarin lesson and Mandarin writing every single day. We do that after we get our homework time.
After they finish the 5 days, for the next 5 days, it's the same class or different class?
It's the same,
Same program? It's a
Yes.
consistent same program?
yes.
So even maybe just for the people help, if their first time enrollment and after 5 days, they still not feel learning something, it's a start over again. Is it correct? For the program? Yeah, that's I wanted to. Okay.
Sorry about
I
that.
think the question is it an ongoing program or is it repetitive?
It is an ongoing
So
program.
it progresses.
Yes, yes, I apologize.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank
All
you.
right.
That's my question.
So along those lines, I have one other question. So when you say it's 5 days, it's 5 days a week for the month. So that'd be like 20 days total for the
Yes.
month. It's not just 5
Yes,
days.
it's-
Yeah, because you made it
It's
sound like
every
it's.
single,
fi-
yes,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
every day.
So it's 5 days a week, 3 days a week, or however many days,
Yes.
and the pricing accordingly.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Just a couple quick, easy clarification question. So when you say that you have your full tuition, 900 some odd dollars, that's for a full school year? Is that correct?
That's for the month.
For the month? Okay, so for 1
For
month.
a 5-day program.
Okay.
And so they would come every single day,
I see.
every school day.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. And you have on the banner, it mentions STEAM, that's science, technology, engineering, art, and math?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay,
Yes.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
That's
you
all
for
I
your
have.
time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, not yet, actually. No, actually, it's a discussion that because, there's nothing personal, but I just feel that, to me, it doesn't look like a nonprofit because we may have other schools, the preschools, they may have the same tuitions, they have like a all-year-round program. I totally understand that maybe there will be, some kind of financial support. But I really do not think this is the purpose of nonprofit or that we call the city directly related business. So I would say we better to have a guideline to make sure, because after that we may have other cram school, they may have the same program. They may say, okay, I will give you some discount on that. But eventually this is still a profit orientated. So we have to be, I would personally think this is something we should be paying attention because when we open one, we open to all. And I would say probably we'll have to reconsider for this proposal and this application in order to have a discussion with my colleagues as well.
You at, Mayor?
Is that?
Are you looking for us to?
Well, I'm looking for motions or discussion. If you don't
Well,
have discussion.
I'm ready to make a motion. I guess I agree with Vice Mayor, but I think for this particular purpose, since we don't have the guidelines laid out as clear as you had mentioned, I think it is a program that will benefit our community, but I think we should put something on the agenda to really dive through this more carefully. I don't think it's fair that Kids Club to all of a sudden say no. It's only $285, but I think since we don't have the guidelines as tight as I think we should, I would propose that I'll make the motion to approve all the consent items tonight, and with the understanding, I guess, if others agree, that we really look at the policy a little closer. Pre-K, as much as it might sound like a lot of money, but it really is, and that is the going rate. From La Casa, we charge a lot less, but then again, it's a different population, and we do get a lot of sponsorships and donations. We have a very generous community. But pre-K is not cheap, and I just think this is a good program for our community and the adjacent community. So I'm just going to make the motion to approve all the consent agenda items.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
So can I add on some comments, discuss too?
Okay.
Yeah. I echo the Councilmember Manger think about because also it's thanks the Vice Mayor Wu, it's bring this issue. So yeah, the program looks like it's a good intention. It's good for the help of the community, especially for the financial need help. Okay, but for the long run, so we have to find some if our city manager Mark to help to for the future have some guideline for the future to approve the similar to this kind of program if they need a city assistant. But this time, I think it's better. Yeah, I second your motion. Yeah.
So a long second?
All right.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Menchaca, second by Councilmember Ding. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-1.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Public hearing. Ordinance number 693, amendment to update the San Gabriel Municipal Code, Valley Boulevard Specific Plan, and Mission District Specific Plan relating to objective design standards for multifamily and mixed-use projects, ZTA 23-002, introduction and first reading.
Thank you. With that, I will open the public hearing. We have Planning Manager Samantha Tuasart for the staff presentation.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you this evening is a zone text amendment, ZTA 23-002, as it relates to objective design standards for multifamily and mixed-use projects. This item was first presented to the City Council and the Planning Commission at the joint study session on March 2nd of this year. And since it has been some time since that presentation, staff this evening will provide an overview of the housing legislation that are prompting the proposed amendments, the purpose of adopting objective design standards and what are objective design standards, and outlining the draft standards as proposed in the zoning code, Valley Boulevard Specific Plan, and Mission District Specific Plan. As the council is aware, over the past several years, the state has passed a number of housing-related bills to provide for the development of more housing units while creating streamlined review processes for housing projects. And here on this slide is an example of a few of those bills. Senate Bill 35, which was passed in 2017, followed by Senate Bill 330, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, and Assembly Bill 2011, and Senate Bill 6. This evening, the focus will be on Assembly Bill 2011 and Senate Bill 6. These are the two most recent bills signed by the governor on September 28th of last year, went into effect July 1st of this year, and will be in effect for the next 10 years until the bill sunsets on 2033. And both bills are intended to address the state housing needs, revitalize underutilized commercial land, and to generate jobs. Assembly Bill 2011, what it does is it establishes a ministerial and streamlined review process for 100% affordable housing projects in commercial zones, and also mixed income housing projects along commercial corridors. AB 2011 projects are exempt from CEQA and must be reviewed and approved within certain timeframes depending on the number of units that are proposed as part of the housing project. AB 2011 also requires the payment of prevailing wage and the use of contractors that have participated in an apprenticeship program. For 100% affordable projects, AB 2011, the units to be affordable must be lower income units. The units will be deed restricted and are also required to meet density requirements and are required to comply with objective standards if the agency or the city does have objective standards, which leads to the amendments this evening. Also, projects must complete a phase 1 assessment and not be located within 500 feet of a freeway. For mixed income projects, AB 2011 allows for mixed affordability requirements, as shown on the slide. It's a percentage mix between very low, extremely low, low or moderate, and low units. And also are deed restricted, similar to 100% affordable. there are demolition protections against existing affordable housing. Some bills also protect against demolishing units that have been rented within a certain period. And also there are protections for historical properties as well. And the requirement is that the quality of the units, of the affordable units, be equal to that of the market rate units. And again, these are projects that are located on commercial corridors. To apply for AB 2011 mixed income projects, there are set density standards, and that's the purpose of these bills. It really provides those check boxes to define the development standards, and as long as the projects meet those standards, the density is determined by the size of the land that the project will be constructed on. And again, for mixed income, height standards, and these are set standards regardless of the development standards that are in place, as well as setback standards. For SB 6, this is another ministerial review process for housing projects in commercial zones. SB 6 allows for housing projects, but without an affordability requirement. And so what that means is it's a housing development within a commercial area. SB 6 does not have a streamline requirement, so the city is not bound to review and approve a project within certain defined time periods. However, if an SB 6 application applies a Senate Bill 35 application to it, then that is when affordability requirements would kick in. And so just generally, Senate Bill 35, again, adds in that affordability requirement. The requirement is 10% low income for projects with 10 or more units. It also triggers the prevailing wage requirement as well as the streamline review requirement. SB 35, applied with the Senate Bill 6 application, must comply with objective standards. Again, those have to be in place. And really what that is defined design standards for projects that will not be subject to the design review board or design review meetings. And again, exempt from CEQA and must comply with general plan densities. And again, contractors must be employed from skilled and trained workforce, and the requirement for the payment of prevailing wage. And SB 6, no affordability requirement unless combined with Senate Bill 35. And so SB 6 has its own development standards, again, its own check boxes that as long as the project comes in, meets those requirements, staff, the planning division has developed the application forms for these type of applications, essentially repeating the requirements that are defined in the bills. And as long as the projects can check those boxes and meet those requirements, then those are in place since the Senate bills are currently in effect. And adopting these objective standards will also assist the city in meeting the housing element, the most recently adopted 2021 to 2029 housing element. This is goal A, to facilitate for the development of housing. And this is under Program 10 to adopt objective standards so that the city has something in place for these type of projects. What makes these projects different from a standard plan submittal is that the projects and the project applicant needs to be very clear about the type of project that they are submitting to the city. It's not here's a project and then later identify that they're applying one of these bills. It's very important that from the beginning that the application of these bills are identified to the city, in particular those that where streamlined timeframes apply to those projects. And so with that, at this time, Christine Song, Senior Planner, will provide the overview of the objective standards.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. So I will be providing a general timeline of the development of the objective design standards. On March 2nd, 2023, there was a joint special joint meeting with the City Council and the Planning Commission, where staff provided an introductory presentation about the new state legislations and the need for the objective design standards. At this meeting, the Council and Commission provided some general feedback and direction on creating these standards. Since then, staff worked with the city architect and the city landscape architect to create a comprehensive set of standards, and the first draft was presented to the Design Review Commission on May 22nd, 2023. And at this meeting, staff received feedback from the DRC on what worked and didn't work for our city, so we took that back to the drawing board and made some revisions to the standards with the assistance of the city architect and the city landscape architect. During this time, on July 1st, 2023, Senate Bill 6 and Assembly Bill 2011, as Samantha mentioned, went into effect. On August 14th, 2023, staff took the revised objective standards to the Planning Commission for consideration and received additional comments, which are noted in your staff report tonight. And ultimately, the commission voted to recommend that the City Council adopt the ordinance adopting the objective design standards. And that being said, staff has put some finishing touches on the objective design standards, and it's being presented to the City Council tonight for consideration and first reading. So what is an objective design standard? This is the state's definition. It involves no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by both the development applicant or proponent and the public official before submittal. To simplify that, it means that the standard can be verified by yes or no, true or false, by anyone, whether that's city staff, a resident, an architect, a developer. There's no need for interpretation, and everything is very measured and clear. So on the screen is a objective design standard example. On the left is a subjective guideline, something that's really open for interpretation, something that can mean different things to different people and can result in a lot of different designs. Whereas on the right, the objective standard is clear, it's measured, it provides dimensions, and it could be verified by pretty much anybody. So the objective design standards will be implemented in 3 different areas of the city's regulations. The first being Chapter 153 of the Zoning Code and the Municipal Code. It'll apply to multifamily residential development in the multifamily zones such as R2 and R3, as well as for mixed-use development in the commercial zones throughout the city. This is an exhibit that was provided by the city architect. It visually demonstrates one of the objective standards, which requires buildings with facades of 50 feet or longer to provide a break in the wall plane every 25 feet for a minimum of 20 feet in length, with a minimum depth of 2 feet. So the standard is intended to provide articulation to a building, so we don't end up with boxy buildings with long and plain walls with no architectural contrast. So this would just be a sample of how one of the objective design standards would be executed. The second section where the objective standards will be implemented is the Valley Boulevard specific plan. The Valley Boulevard specific plan area is the city's most vital commercial corridor, but there are several residential neighborhoods in the specific plan area, and also areas for potential mixed-use development. The specific plan actually already has a great deal of development standards that are objective, so the goal for creating the objective design standards under this plan was to add to those and to take some of the existing design language that is subjective at this time and to make them objective and apply it to a variety of different architectural styles and densities of projects. The city architect and city landscape architect have provided direction to maintain compatibility and preserve neighborhood character as much as possible. This is another sample image which provides a visual aid for the objective standard related to building mass and articulation. When facades are 50 feet or longer, a break in the wall plane can be provided in one of 3 different ways, whether they offset it with 2-foot depth for a length of 20 feet, a change in color or material in the wall, or a change in the window or facade composition. Next, I'd like to introduce Associate Planner Marlon Cervantes. He'll be discussing the Mission District specific plan.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll be discussing how these objective design standards apply in the Mission District specific plan and closing off the presentation. When the Mission District specific plan was drafted and adopted nearly 20 years ago, special care was taken to maintain the historic nature and character of the area. The plan's overall goals include ensuring community-based concepts and designs for the district, building economic vitality in the Mission District, and preserving historic architectural treasures while guiding the district's future. General goals in the plan include encouraging and supporting mixed-use development, as well as providing housing alternatives for people wanting to walk to work or use public transportation. Along with the plan's overall goals, it also provides a number of key objectives for implementation of the plan. One of those objectives is architectural design. This includes providing descriptions of significant architectural styles used in the Mission District relating to composition, design details, and materials unique to each of these styles. This objective also includes establishing architectural standards for the district. Our goal when drafting the objective design standards is to complement the existing standards by providing verifiable and measurable standards that are consistent with the goal of maintaining the Mission Revival and Spanish colonial architectural styles in the district. One example provided here for comparison is that a design guideline that's given in the specific plan is that details shall be used as essential small-scale elements of residential character. This guideline is not measurable, nor can it be verified in an objective manner, and can be up for interpretation. Some examples of objective design standards that serve to meet the guideline are specific dimensions for door and window recesses, the inclusion of certain details such as windowsills, and a clear identification of materials and finishes that must be used. In this case, the use of smooth trowel stucco with bull-nosed corners. Detail is just one aspect of architectural design that's included in the creation of objective design standards for the Mission District specific plan area. Others include building massing, articulation, and roof design. Together with the help of our city architect, we've come up with a comprehensive set of objective standards that will not only accompany the specific plan documents and guidelines, but will also simplify the design process for projects seeking to take advantage of these Assembly and Senate bills in each respective area of the city. We've provided visuals with the attachments of how the standards will apply. However, I've provided an example for a previously approved and constructed development here in the Mission District of what these standards look like on a finalized project. The callouts shown on the image are examples of objective design standards that have been provided. These include parapet walls capped with a stucco cornice, red clay or concrete tile roofing material on pitched roofs, roofs with overhanging eaves featuring stained or painted wood, 2-inch minimum recessed windows with windowsills, and canvas awnings with an angled surface as opposed to domed, and being open on both sides with a straight or scalloped valance. The proposed adoptions of these objective design standards was reviewed for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, pursuant to Section 15305 of the CEQA guidelines pertaining to minor alterations to land use limitations, and Section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines. The adoption of these standards does not constitute a project as defined in Section 15378, and therefore will not result in a significant effect or impact on the environment by adopting these standards in and of themselves. The item being heard tonight was posted in the October 9th, 2023 edition of the San Gabriel Sun. Tonight's meeting agenda has also been posted at City Hall, the Post Office, the Public Library, and the city website. With that, staff recommends that the City Council take the following actions. 1, conduct the public hearing and discuss the proposed ordinance number 693, waive a full reading and introduce the ordinance by title only, and waive any further readings and schedule the second reading and adoption of ordinance 693 for the next regular City Council meeting. The ordinance would then take effect 30 days after the adoption. An alternative option, if the council has comments on the ordinance, would be to provide the comments and direct staff to return at a later date with revisions for the City Council's review and approval. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Do we have any council technical or factual questions?
Just one, Mayor, if you
Vice Mayor.
if I may. It's about the objective design standard. I think Samantha can help me with this one. So this is the one that if we adopt the objective design standard, does that mean our design review committee has less power to decide if the project can be approve or not, because it seems like this is like a very simple, it could be like less cost to developer, that if they just want to make it really plain, so simple, we still have to approve, even it doesn't really match how it looks like throughout the community.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. The objective standards will apply to projects that apply under the Senate bills or the Assembly bills as outlined this evening. For a standard, regular market rate, multi-family mixed-use development that is not applying any of these Senate bills, it will go through the standard discretionary process before the Planning Commission, Design Review Commission, potentially City Council, or Historic Preservation, depending on where it's located at. These are for the projects that are, in exchange for providing affordable units, will be allowed to submit administratively at the counter and not go through those discretionary reviews. And then also their reviews would be streamlined as well, again, depending on the bills that are applied.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, technical or?
Oh, real quick. So my understanding that the proposed zone text amendments are to put our rules in compliance with the state, their requirements as under.
So the Senate bills and the Assembly bill that was outlined this evening, those are in place. And those are applications that the state allows by law currently.
Okay.
The zone text amendment that's being presented this evening defines the design standards for projects that will be applying these bills. And the reason why these standards are important, currently projects that are subject to Planning Commission and Design Review follow a set of guidelines, so not define objective standards. And as long as the project, so there's a little bit more room and flexibility for these projects. They go before the Design Review Commission, and then there's discussion and voting and review in that sense. These standards are for projects that will not be going before the Design Review Commission, and guidelines only provide so much guidance, and staff would not be able to hold an applicant or a project designer from designing a certain way, or the themes of the mission district, or whether keeping it contemporary, like the Valley Boulevard buildings. So the reason why these objective standards are important is because, similar to development standards, it'll define the heights, and it will define the minimums and the maximums and things that are measurable, so that there's at least some similarity between one project and the next project.
Right, and these standards are being put such that the developers will be following within the state guidelines of the.
Yes, it would help to provide even more defined standards for those types of projects. So in addition to the affordability, the density, the standard development standards, it will also get into the design aspects of the projects as well.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, can I follow up?
Certainly.
Along the lines of what Councilmember Chan was referring to, I mean, the effective date is July 1st, so we're already behind. And so it is important for us to do something tonight, because it's still, even if we approve it tonight, there's still another month. So what happens during that time when we have interested parties in developing? Do we just say, wait, council's got to approve it, or what do we do now, or what to?
No, so if an application,
right? Yeah.
correct, is submitted, staff would have to take in the application and review it against what the city has in place. And so if there isn't something in place, then there is.
So I have to ask, we got the housing element in place before anyone else. What took so long? Why are we so behind now that the law's taken effect and we're still having these discussions? Sorry to put you on the spot, but
no, it's okay. But to be frank, it's been challenging. Staff has been working to somehow get a little bit in front of these bills, but these bills get signed during the winter time, and suddenly it's in effect 6 months later. It's been a challenging to keep up with it. In addition to the bills that we're highlighting this evening, in the past meetings, Senate Bill 9 has come up, Senate Bill 10 has come up, ADU updates, inclusionary housing that we spent a lot of time on, the density bonus updates, so just a lot of housing legislation to
AB
stay.
423 just came out.
All of that, yes.
I mean, I hate to be so behind. I mean, we're 6 months, probably be 7, 8 months by the time everything gets processed. I am concerned about that. And so as these bills continue on, I mean, they are constant, never ending. I would suggest to staff that we have something in place so we don't fall behind like this. I don't know what the liability is on our part. I mean, I'm assuming there's no developers right now submitting anything, so maybe we're just lucky. But this is not going to end. It's going to continue maybe even faster and more furious than ever, because housing is a key issue in the state. And so I really encourage our department to do what they need to do so we don't fall behind. And so that is my clarifying question, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I had just a technical question. Do we have any applications, or do we anticipate any applications that are SB 6 or 35, SB 35?
No, and that's the reason staff had considered applying an urgency ordinance to this ordinance as well, but seeing that there's no application currently filed.
I mean, the reason I asked that is because in the real world, not in Sacramento, all of the stuff they're applying, I can't see why someone would apply in San Gabriel, because we already have density bonuses, we already have everything they're trying to force. I think this is meant for cities not like San Gabriel that don't have these things. They don't already have mixed use, they don't already have density bonuses. So I don't know a developer in their right mind that would go under either one of these. I mean, I think that there's not urgency. The only thing that would happen, I think, would be because of AB 423, it's really even taken our discretion out and the commission's discretion out. It's only staff. So staff is going to be the one approving everything now. It's not even going to go to our commissions under the one they signed in October. So the commissions are actually taken out of the picture too. There's no subjectivity anymore, which a commission is subjective. It's a rubber stamp if they apply under these, basically. It says if you meet these checklists, then it's approved. That's the reason we want objective standards, so that at least it's something the staff can measure, because the staff can't make a subjective, am I correct? Staff cannot make a subjective determination. Only, is it 4 inches, is it 6 inches, is it a unbroken 20-foot? And so all of those things lead us to, I think our hands are tied, but at the same time, no one's going to apply under these, because our code is actually more generous than a lot of these, and we don't require prevailing wage. So that just increased costs 40% on some of these developments.
When I see effective dates, I get concerned. Right now, you're right.
I just mean the real world, not Sacramento.
I look at effective dates, whether it's my taxes or whatever deadlines. I'm very focused on deadlines.
Yeah, I think there's no penalties or anything. It's just, this is meant to push the people that aren't meeting their RENA numbers. That's really what they're doing. All right, do we have any other factual or other types of questions? All right, so then do we have any public comment?
I have no speaker cards.
There's public comment.
Good evening, Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of concerns. I appreciated your questions very much. I appreciated the staff presentation. I wish that this had a chance to come before the Historic Preservation and Cultural Resource Commission. For 20 years, the Mission District Specific Plan has stood as the way that we protect what we recognize colloquially as a historic district for the city of San Gabriel, but one that has no legal designation at all. And it concerns me terrifically that we don't have that in place. I think a lot about the work the Commission is doing, that we have our application for certified local government still pending, that we have approved, you have approved, funding for second phase of an inventory, which will move us and make progress on historic designation for our districts. And I guess I am worried that, thinking of effective dates and timelines, that we're going to end up once again in a situation where work is being done and our commission is being told that the building has been deemed historic but is not formally designated and therefore falls out of the scope of any of the protections that historic preservation is intended to begin to create. I would love to see this phased in rather than done unilaterally. I understand from the presentation tonight that having something is better than nothing, but I hate to see the Mission District become a test case, because while these will term out in 10 years, the laws and legislation Sacramento has done, the buildings are going to last much longer than that. And when we change the character of a place like the Mission District, you can't undo that. And I think the thing that keeps sticking with me more than anything is the definition of what objective design standards are, where there is no interpretation. And if there is anything that historic preservation is, it is nuanced contextualization, it is interpretation, it is thinking about infill, and it is thinking about character and massing. And the objective design standards are individual. They are based on the project that's being proposed. They are not contextual. And I'm afraid we're going to end up with a Frankenstein district if we don't proceed with a lot of caution in this respect. So I wish there was time to learn more, and I would hope that perhaps there's an opportunity to engage the Historic Preservation and Cultural Resource Commission, the longest commission name ever. I understand that commissions have been taken out of this process. It is, I get triggered with all of the legislation because it's the same in education, the fast fire legislation that takes place without really an opportunity to think about what the long-term implications are. So thank you.
Thank you. If only you could have been in Sacramento. All right, do any further public comment? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address council? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And it's now time for council deliberation and any discussion. Would anyone like to start? No discussion? Oh, Councilmember Menchaca. Oh.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, I just want to give a shout out to the Design Review Commission and the Planning Commission. On 6 and 7, page 6 and 7, staff was kind enough to list the questions that were raised and the issues that were raised, and many of those the staff took and accepted and changed what they're presenting to us today. So it's just another example of, Historical Commission is there too. Actually, we should change the name, but anyway, I'll just say Historical Commission. We really do have a very strong caliber of commissioners. It's very impressive, and these questions, you can just see that they're very meaningful and thoughtful, so I just wanted to start by giving them a shout out because they are volunteer roles. I wanted to, I believe it was Samantha mentioned something, so maybe I got too excited there when you mentioned it, Samantha. Would you like to come up? I wanted to just see if I heard correctly. So you said that these new laws are to try to encourage people to do development. I'm paraphrasing, but we still do have plots of land that have sat there. There's one in Las Tunas in particular that I'm always eyeing. Been there 50 years. They don't do anything. I mean, we're constantly giving them violations, asking them to keep it keep it up so it's not blight. These laws is there somewhere in the law that encourages those property owners, instead of just sitting on the land, commercial land, to sell it and develop it? Or did I misunderstand what you had mentioned? You said something about encouraging those kind of landowners.
These Senate bill, and as mentioned by the mayor, is just additional options provided by the state and now provided by state law, whether it be for an existing property owner or if there's interest to sell to a housing developer, where where now these standards are set, and if an owner and a developer, as mentioned, can meet those standards, then it just gives them more incentive to build a housing development, whether it's standalone or mixed use on these properties. However, there are commitments, as mentioned, prevailing wage and trained workers, so that also adds to the costs. The purpose of these bills, again, are to streamline the review process, not being held up at public hearings, having certainties that they'll get approval and within certain timeframes. But your question may lead into the second zone text amendment that will be introduced this evening, where what other options does the city have available to encourage property owners to develop housing as well. So we're looking at housing from all ends, from the city's existing code to all the bills that keep on coming from
Okay,
up
so
north.
those property owners that have been sitting on land, there's also some homes that, big plots of land, nothing has been done. So the bills that are coming could be possibilities of trying to nudge and encourage them to do something. Okay, but there's no penalties. They can still sit in the land forever and ever. Okay. So let me, okay, thank you for that. I guess I wanted to also continue on with the thought from our public speaker, the fact that, you know, I was looking at it too and reading it, and I understand it's just for commercial, not housing. It's more of a checklist of objective standards, so there's no personal or subjective judgment. I got that part. But as the speaker mentioned, you know, we are a city that is rich in history. We really are one of the few cities that can claim that. We are the first city, we are the birthplace of Los Angeles. And so even these standards, as much as they are very objective, we should always keep an eye out on historical preservation. And, you know, historical preservation is not exclusive of, you know, it's not going to impede development. So my question, I guess it was to Mark, is, you know, there's no reference here to the Secretary of Interior. You know, they have their own minimum standards for consistency on landmark properties, even for properties adjacent. So I'm not even looking at the property itself, but even for the area, whether it's the Mission District or the Valley Boulevard, you know, we now have an inventory list that we didn't have before. And we're in phase 1, where it lists the properties that are eligible. The next step, which is phase 2, will be able to designate. But can't we use that list in some way so we don't have to look back and say, oh, we missed it. Here's another one. I mean, the Adobe homes are a perfect example. We now have that list, and if we spend years putting it together, can we use that in some way? And especially the Mission District, because there are some nuances. We talked about how, on just behind Mission Drive, there's San Marcos, and some of those homes, they have the wood frames, and if they want to change it, they can't change it to the vinyl window frames. I mean, it goes down to that level. How can we make sure that there is some layer of historical preservation in this standards or guidelines that we have today?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think the short answer is that we cannot put that list or the state architect and the Office of Historic Preservation, their guidelines, the Secretary of the Interior is the word I was looking for. That's all very subjective. I think there are we would agree on what some of those standards are, but they're very subjective. What we can do is designate properties as historic properties, and that would protect them from most of these regulations.
I'm sorry, so when you say we, the city can designate them?
Through a process. So it has to go through the second step of our process, which is we have this survey that has that list of properties that you've all seen, that we had the, 100-page document that is rich detail of our history. We have a list of properties on there that are potentially historic. So the next phase will be our consultant going through and looking at each of those, documenting them very, very thoroughly, and then coming back with recommendations for which would meet the test of a historic property. And then at that point, those would go to the Historic Preservation Commission. They would be recommended for placement on a local register or a district. We would also look at forming districts of several properties that meet a combined standard. And then once we do that, it can be placed on a local list, or in some cases, state or a federal, like the Mission Playhouse.
But how long is that going to take? Because, for example, the Mission Playhouse just recently got placed on the National Registry, I mean, which is shocking. Was it 3 years ago? So, you know, potentially that would have been on that eligible list, and without protecting it, you know, someone could have come in and we could have a different council that doesn't care about historical preservation, and it could have been demolished. So I just feel like there has to be these new laws, do they have any kind of historical protection? I thought they did, but reading this sure doesn't sound like it.
So they do have in SB 35 and AB 2011, they have a call out for exemptions for properties that are on a local, state, or national register. I don't want to overpromise because AB 2011 exempts projects that are 100% affordable. I'm going to work with our city attorney's office to make sure I read that correctly, but I believe that AB 2011 for fully affordable projects, that does not exist, that protection. So we'll look into that, and I'll get council and the community an exact answer on that. But to answer your question on how long that will take, we can work with our consultant to look at the properties that are in commercial districts first. And we can fast track those because those are the ones that are affected by these bills. The bills don't change anything in our residential areas, only those areas that are allowed for commercial office, parking, those kinds of uses. So we can have the properties along Las Tunas and San Gabriel and Valley looked at the beginning. And if we have enough information to move those forward with designations, we can fast track those.
When you say fast track, can you define what that means?
It's a great question. That's probably a year of work before that gets to a council and a commission.
And the Historical Commission, they meet how often now?
They meet at a minimum of quarterly, but we can convene them as often as possible, or as often as needed, excuse me, and the Community Development Director can do that at his call. So we can meet at that. The meeting of the HPC won't slow us down. It's the work that needs to be done from a consultant. And remember that also has to be done with the collaboration of the property owner. And there are ways that the council can override a property owner that's objecting, but you are potentially taking away or making somebody's property rights a little bit more difficult. And so it is something that we would be working with a property owner as well to make sure that that's something they are in favor of.
Okay. Mayor, can I call up someone?
Sure.
Senya, can you come up as the chairperson for the Historical Commission? You also, I know, are involved with other organizations on the historical. Have you seen other cities work with these laws and ways that we can protect?
These are new, and so in terms of going into effect, I would defer to the city manager and staff. If there are test cases where they've been proven, I would guess that many cities are trying to figure this piece out. In terms of my work in Pasadena, this has not come across as an advocacy issue for Pasadena Heritage. I have no doubt that it will, and that they will be forceful in their attempts to try to protect the character of Pasadena. But I don't have examples. I would just say that what the city manager shared is true. When you read what the definition of objective design standards are and the principles that were detailed in the staff report that guide those standards, they are almost diametrically opposed to what you see in the Secretary of the Interior standards, which are highly subjective and interpretive. So it's things like setting, material, feeling, association. Those are nearly impossible to render in an objective form. And so back to my previous point, that this is a matter of interpretation for historic preservation.
Well, then Pasadena might be someone for us to learn from, collaborate with, because at some point they're going to have to deal with that. and they are a bigger city, but maybe, this is when the regional partnerships really come into play, and we're stronger when we come together as a region.
And I think there's good partnerships to be had even with some of the neighboring smaller cities, like South Pasadena, which has had a very
Yeah,
strong and
South-
active
exactly.
preservation history amongst their governance. So.
Yes, you're right. So I would propose that we work with them and also keep our historical commission informed, and I'm assuming you would be willing to meet more often.
We would love to meet more
Okay.
often. We may be the only commission that says, please call us. So.
Okay. Was there anything else after that you would like to mention? Because I know you were timed earlier. Any other suggestions? Because that's the level. I know it's Sacramento, but I just feel like I don't want to be hopeless when it comes to our historical, just preserving it, because we've already demolished a lot.
We've lost a lot. I think,
Yeah.
again, echoing what the city manager has said, it's a process to designate something. We do have DPR forms as part of the inventory, which is incredibly helpful because it does call out the prevailing characteristics. It gives some indication of what an application for a designation might entail. I appreciate the idea of fast-tracking properties that are in commercial corridors to provide that layer of protection. And I also understand that it's a small group of potential applications that we are looking at in terms of these standards. But I guess my feeling serving on the commission is the work that it takes to designate will never be able to keep pace with a development proposal. It is tedious. You are dependent, especially if you're looking for a state or federal designation, upon review by those bodies, and that can take a lot of time. The example of the Playhouse, it was more than a 3-year process to write the nomination and take it through both the state and federal review to have it placed on the National Register. So it can take a long time to formally designate properties, and in this case, I think time is really the enemy of keeping the character that we value so much in the Mission District.
So let me ask the city manager, if we submit it, can that put a hold on things? Can a pause, or it has to be approved to be able to put a pause?
I would echo what Ms. Lubicic said, but I would also say that we only need to do local designation, and that doesn't require, I mean, it's
true.
doing the same level of research, documentation, and analysis, but it's not requiring an application to the state and then the feds. So we go through our local HPCRC process, and then ultimately the council decides and designates it, and that's enough. But to your question of whether something can be an application, I don't believe so. I believe that the law is pretty cut and dry. And getting on the Sacramento soapbox, we are sort of paying for the ills of other cities who don't want to do housing. And I believe Sacramento is so draconian because other cities would try to put their whole city in a district or do those kinds of things to preclude development. So that's why they're so specific and so black and white with some of their reasons. I'm not defending their reasons, but that's what we end up with is legislation that has no interpretation.
So if we, I feel like, we passed the deadline, so we are kind of at a place where we have to move forward with this, but could we approve it tonight with the understanding that we're going to be looking at historical preservation, fast tracking? I'm not sure if we need to vote on something like that, or is it more of a nod, we need to do this fast tracking?
I think we need a formal vote tonight for adoption of the ordinance, but then as part of that motion, you can direct staff to fast track the commercial properties or to make that happen as quickly as possible, and also to monitor what other cities are doing and bring back any
Going too fast for me.
practices or any revelations that we find from other cities. And Samantha was very polite in not saying that we are ahead of other cities. I know that doesn't make you feel good when the deadline has already passed, but we are well ahead of most cities and are bringing this forward almost on the forefront rather than having those examples from other cities to rely upon.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said fast track on local designations, and what was the second part? Monitor what other cities are doing.
Right, and we could come back at any time with changes. It would require a new ordinance to amend our existing code. But if we find something that we think would be helpful, and I can assure you that staff is very much in agreement with the council and the community over protecting our historic properties, and we would bring something back and recommend an amendment in the future.
Yeah, because I don't want to, unless my colleagues want to, but I don't want to impede this, because I understand it's critical, but at the same time, we need to recognize that there's a hole here with our historical preservation. She's still there. Was there anything else that you would like to add from historical preservation perspective?
I appreciate the clarification that local designation suffices, and I guess I would want council to know that when we looked at the inventory, one of our questions would, in that review process, was would the DPR forms that had been generated suffice to move forward on a local designation? And so that is something that we're going to continue to discuss.
Well, who makes that decision then?
So it's a process of defining. We've never defined in our ordinance what the process is for a local designation. We have said that it would go through a process, but we've not defined if there are forms that applicants need to fill out, if a DPR and the material that's included, information that's included in that form is sufficient. And so in looking at what had been created by the consultants who did the inventory, we were beginning that conversation about what a formal designation process at the local level would look like for applicants.
So we don't even have a process, so we're going to fast track something
We have
without a
criteria
process.
that needs to be submitted for consideration, but whether that's just somebody writing an email with that information, if they're putting it together on a Word document, if there's an actual form that we ask people to complete, if we're asking for photos of interior, exterior, in terms of that level of process, we've not defined it formally.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, well, that's all, Mayor, for now.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify, Mark, on those line of questions. SB 35, that applies to the entire city, right? It's not just commercial. It's commercial and residential. It's citywide. So it's not only commercial we're worried about under SB 35. I just want to make sure I had that understanding correct.
Sam, I would look to you if you don't mind to answer that.
Could be misreading, but that was my understanding, that it applies to basically any urban area is what the language is used, which is very broadly defined. It basically ignores zoning as far as I can tell.
Yeah, let's see, to provide a specific number of affordable units, multi-family development that contains at least 2 residential units, complying with the density. Looks like it may be for residential developments.
Yeah, because in the SB 35, it says the site must be zoned residential or commercial.
Correct.
And R is residential. So the reason I bring this up is that the only case I've seen under SB 35 was a spike case. The city didn't approve something.
The clarification I would provide is that SB 6 calls upon SB 5 if a developer meets, I'm sorry, SB 35, thank you, if a developer meets certain criteria, and SB 6 is only office, retail, and parking zones.
But 35 is not.
35 is not.
Yeah,
But
'cause
35 has the same exemption for historic designated property.
Yes. Well, my only point was there haven't been a whole lot of these statewide. The only one that I've seen that was been litigated is somebody that was rejected by the city to expand their mansion, so they decided to build 50 condos on their property for all their wealthy neighbors. So then they got their mansion expanded. So it really didn't help affordable housing at all. None of this has had the intended effect, is my point. So they're really just tying our hands. They're not really helping housing. Red tape doesn't create housing, in other words.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to make sure that whatever comes down the pipeline, because who knows what's going to be created next, that somehow we have these local designations, because it might be just for other bills down the road.
Any Further discussion? No. I think that's my only comment, is that these are not really, Tony, you have something?
Okay.
All
yeah,
right.
Okay. So, yeah. The question is, the historical, the senior, it's just consideration, it's really, we want to consider about that, for historical. But the question is, for current, first of all, for the current, how many city it's already have their own local ordinance? It's on the July 1st. That's the question I'm asking.
Thank you, Councilman Ding. We would have to do that research and come back. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay. So, based on current application, if we go to the historical, that's Samantha, you can answer. So take probably how long to processing the ordinary?
So to respond to the first part, I believe the city of South Pasadena, a part of a SCAG agreement, along with 4 or 5 other cities, may have adopted some general objective standards. What makes what's being proposed tonight is that the starting point for these objective standards was using San Gabriel's design guidelines. So it's not these generic development design standards that are being proposed. I believe the city of Alhambra may also have something in place. So I think the timing, all the cities, again, as we're trying to stay up to date with these bills and these amendments, we're going as quickly as possible. And I think all of these standards are going to be custom, depending on really the character of each of the city. Even within San Gabriel itself, as was presented this evening, the objective design standards are split up into 3 pieces. One, the general zoning code, where it applies to a general project, Valley Boulevard, because that's where the major developments are occurring, and in Mission District, again, very specific. I think one of the many helpful comments that was provided by the Planning Commission, because there was discussion about whether or not being too restrictive and defining too many of these standards and not giving projects some flexibility to really come up with thoughtful design. There was conversations about that. Should there be more standards? Should there be less standards? And I think one helpful comment from the city attorney's office is, we have something in place, we see how it works, we see whether or not it's really producing certain types of projects, and we can always bring them back. To the point of the Preservation Commission, if adopted this evening, staff will be glad to bring the ordinance to the Preservation Commission, continue to review that, and if there are amendments or updates that the Preservation Commission feels should be brought back to the council, we'd be happy to bring those back as well. So again, these are defined to be in the books, but they can always come back at any time.
So if you like say you have the 3 category, it's the last category for the Mission District historical. So for this ordinary, can we like pause for the historical, the ordinary, after historical the commission discuss? The rest of it, I think you really wanted to, for your department, you need like a new ordinary to match this state requirement. So can we do that too?
So that would be up to the council, with the knowledge that then there would not be something in place for the Mission District.
Yeah, I think, Tony, just since we're doing deliberation also, I would comment to that if we don't act, then we default to the state definitions, which are much broader, and they're not accomplishing our goal of actually trying. So what the staff did is took what was a qualitative code, it gave the quality and the character of the neighborhood, and they were obligated to make it quantitative, to put numbers on things, instead of saying it should be mission style and have an alcove and iron gates. They had to put it into quantities, saying you have to have an alcove that's 6 inches deep and 5 feet wide. And so they've taken something that was much more of what I would say was an architectural feel and made it absolutely quantitative, so that there is no interpretation. So if we don't do that tonight, then we're defaulting to what the state says, which is much worse for us. So at least what Samantha's saying is we can get something in place that they've spent a lot of time, figuring out.
Okay.
It may not be perfect, but it's much better than the state. And then they can work with all the commissions and with us to refine those things if they're getting results that they don't like. So I understand you don't really want to adopt something quickly if it's not great.
Yes.
But it's much better than the alternative of taking what the state is giving us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Staff spent a lot of time making some really good comments, and the commissions were involved. And once we put these into objective standards, the commissions are kind of hands-off. Their role in this goes away, really.
Okay.
Under these applications, not all, totally, just these specific, which I don't foresee a lot anyway.
Okay.
If we happen to get one, it's the staff approves it, not the commissions.
Okay. So if we adopt, just in case it's automatically, we adopt this ordinance, so we still have a chance, it's talk to the historical commission to discuss that and then come back to add on amendment that? Yeah, okay, maybe, yeah, okay. All right, so that's my question, my comments, yeah.
Appreciate it. And I was just going to add to that I really think these are really just tying our hands. The state is really tying our hands as a community, not as a council. I think we have a great staff that will, they will be following the law, but at the same time, I think our staff is invested in our community just like our commissioners are. I don't foresee this being a major issue for us, whereas there's some cities that it might be. I'm comfortable with what staff has put forward. I don't know if there's any further discussion on that. Emotions?
A motion to approve the staff recommendation, on page 9. Do I need to read it, City Attorney?
We should, because by title only, yeah. So you just got to read the title.
So when you say title, it says number 1, conduct a public hearing, I'm looking at page 9.
Item number 2, waive full reading.
Okay. So I motion to waive the full reading and introduce ordinance 693 by title only. And then I'll read it. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Gabriel, California, amending Chapter 153, parentheses zoning code, the Valley Boulevard Neighborhood Sustainability Plan and the Mission District Specific Plan to incorporate objective design standards for multi-family and mixed-use developments. Number 3, waive further reading and schedule the second reading and adoption of ordinance 693 for the next regular City Council meeting. The ordinance would then become effective 30 days after adoption. And I wanted to also add that we fast track on local designations and monitor other cities as they move forward with this.
All right. Do we have any seconds to that motion? You don't have to read the whole thing.
I won't read it again. I got it the first time. I will second, please.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Menchaca, seconded by Councilmember Chan. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, everybody. Next item, please.
Item B, ordinance number 695, amending Chapter 153 of the San Gabriel Municipal Code relating to mixed-use standards in the C1 and C3 zone districts. ZTA 23-003, introduction and first reading.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Back up again. So as briefly mentioned with the prior zone text amendment, this is further amendments to the code. This applies to mixed-use standards in the C1 and C3 commercial zone districts. So these are the housing element goals that were identified again in the 2021-2029 housing element, which was recently adopted. And these look familiar to the council because staff, along with the council and the commission, has spent the past year reviewing these goals and the programs that come along with it as they relate to inclusionary housing and the density bonus update, as well as other administrative updates that staff has done in terms of putting together flyers for the public in multi-language, putting information available that is on the city's webpage for access, leading to sources that are available for first-time home buyers, low-income qualifying homeowners and renters. So all of that has been done within the past year. The focus this evening will be on Goal A, which is, again, to facilitate for housing development. That was a part of the last zone tax amendment, as well as Goal C, which is to remove government constraints. And so, again, the program attached to Goal A is Program 1, to identify sites for potential rezoning. And this is on land that is a minimum of 20 acres of vacant land or land with redevelopment potential. And also Housing Goal C, and along with that, Program 22 to standardize heights. So as part of housing laws and a part of the housing analysis that was conducted by staff with the assistance of Lisa Wise Consulting, LWC, the city's existing codes were reviewed, and in areas where the code can be updated in order to provide for affordable housing options, or just standard commercial housing development, that's what's being presented before the City Council this evening. And so as part of the housing law and the requirement for the general plan update, one of the requirements is to a site's inventory. And what that involved was to look at the parcels within the city, and as mentioned by Councilwoman, to take a look at whether or not the sites are vacant, why they're vacant, why they're underutilized, whether or not they're consistent with the zoning and the land use that applies to those properties. So what was reviewed, these are categories that are identified by the states. It would be vacant sites that are zoned for residential, vacant sites zoned for non-residential, residential zone sites that are capable of being developed at higher densities, site zoned for non-residential that can also be redeveloped, and it goes on. And also a site-by-site analysis, so that was something new. And I think one of the many challenges that many of the cities were facing with this most recent housing element update was the state housing law and the housing requirements. As cities were working on their updates, there would be new requirements from the state housing laws, and one of them being the site-by-site analysis. And what that meant is once these properties were identified, then there was a requirement that staff not only take a look at why they were still vacant or underutilized, but also what can be done in order to encourage development on those sites. And so as part of that, a map was put together which identifies those properties. This is a section of the north end, the green representing the above moderate properties that are identified for above moderate potential, and also what has potential for lower income development, as well as the hash properties, and it's a little bit difficult to read on the presentation. Sites that have the potential for being redeveloped at higher densities. And here is the southern portion. The focus again is around Valley Boulevard, but Valley Boulevard is in a relatively better condition of state because of the existing Valley Boulevard specific plan, which allows for higher densities and heights as it is. And so those just identify the sites that still have the potential to be developed at higher densities. And so what's being proposed tonight, this is again to fulfill the programs and the goals that have been identified in the housing element. This is not, well, it's driven by state housing law, but unlike the last zone tax amendments, not by a Senate bill or an Assembly bill. And essentially the proposed updates, one of the many options that staff had was to take a look at the existing zoning, whether or not to shift existing zoning lines, introduce new residential zones or overlay zones. And really this is the starting point that staff is starting off with. and it's really working with the existing mixed-use overlay standards and increasing the density slightly to get to that 30 units per acre instead of the existing 25 units per acre. So it's very incremental, but it's still updating the code in order to provide that potential for more density and then different options for affordability, because the units may be smaller, or there's again just more options for housing developers. And then also to adjust the height requirements. It was interesting coming into the city to see that a standard commercial development can be constructed up to 5 stories, 70 feet, but a mixed-use development was limited to that 3 stories, 45. That was also picked up by the city's housing consultant when we were looking at the code. So this is an update that in staff's opinion, makes sense. It's just one of the options that's being proposed. And then also that setting minimum square footages for bedrooms was also a limitation to housing development. So again, in staff's opinion, it made sense to remove that from the code, again, to give housing developments more options. And so the proposed amendments was presented to the Planning Commission on August 14th, and the Planning Commission recommended approval to the City Council in a 4-0 vote. And the recommendation before the City Council this evening, if approved, is to conduct the public hearing to discuss the proposed ordinance, to waive full reading and introduce ordinance number 695 by title only. And that's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Gabriel, California, amending Chapter 153, the zoning code of the San Gabriel Municipal Code relating to mixed-use standards in the C1 and C3 zone, and to waive future reading of the ordinance and schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinance for the next regular City Council meeting. And then the ordinance would then go into effect 30 days after adoption. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. So now I will open the public hearing. Do we have any council member with technical or factual questions? Nobody? I'll save mine for deliberation. So do we have any public comment?
I have no speaker cards.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address council? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, and I'll close the public hearing. So now it's time for council deliberation and discussion. Does anybody have any discussion items or deliberation items? I just have one. For me, I'm not happy with the height increase. I actually do understand why there's a difference between commercial and residential. When you have a 5-story commercial building in your city, it increases commerce. That's what it does. When you have a 5-story residential building, it increases density. I don't know anyone in San Gabriel that thinks our city is not dense enough, that we don't have enough traffic, we don't have enough pollution, we don't have enough noise. For me, I can't support just adding 5 stories just for mixed-use developments. I'm fine leaving our height limits how they are. And I think I've said this many times, we don't have a hook and ladder. We can't take people at night off of a 5-story building with our existing equipment. I think it's a dereliction of duty to just say, hey, we will let our other fire departments around us help us when we can't help ourselves. Because there's going to be a point where we have that fire in a mixed use where 4th and 5th story, we have no way to rescue them. It's going to be not a good situation. Whereas a commercial, more than likely at night, or it's much less people in it, more than likely, and it's much less chance of a catastrophe. Commercial standards are higher as far as the fire life safety, because it is open to the general public. It's a little different scenario you're dealing with. So personally, I just can't support raising the height limit from 3 stories to 5 stories. That was my only comment / deliberation. I'd like to just keep the height how it is.
Mark, there are already that ship has sailed. We have 5 stories already for, at least for commercial and some mixed-use development projects. And so my question is, how were they approved if our standards are much less? What is the process? So if a developer wants to go 5 stories, what do they do to get that accomplished?
I would ask Samantha to correct me if I say anything wrong or add to anything she sees fit. We have in our zoning districts, we have a planned development zone, and essentially the planned development zone requires a project to go through planning commission and then council review, and through that process, a developer is able to ask for rights over and above the normal zoning codes. There's usually a trade-off for that, whether it's extra commercial, extra units in the city, or other exactions to pay for those impacts. It's not done on a by right basis in our city. It's done with that negotiation process. And in fact, the next project you see on your agenda is a result of that development agreement process. I would just ask Samantha to clarify for the council, if we don't do that increase in the height, does that change our calculations for what our density would be? And therefore, would we have to rezone further properties in the city to meet our RENA numbers that we approved in the housing element?
Boy, I needed to
I don't
take
have an
notes
answer to
on
that. That's an honest question.
Yes, if I can back up a couple of steps. So mixed-use development is allowed by right. It's not something that requires a conditional use permit currently over C1 and C3 properties. The mixed-use developments that come before the city council are those that are making an application for the plan development overlay, which is mentioned by the city manager. And those would be the ones that would be exceeding the development standards that are presented before you. So at the moment, mixed use is allowed at a 25 unit per acre density, and then your heights are at a certain, so a mixed-use project that comes through that meets these standards, it goes through the plan check process, and it doesn't go through a discretionary process. Projects outside of Valley Boulevard specific plan, because that is one area that allows for the stories, so all the developments that are seen on Valley Boulevard are following the development standards of the Valley Boulevard specific plan, which allows for the certain heights, the 5-story, the 70 feet, whatever it may be. The ones that are being constructed outside of Valley Boulevard are making an application for plan development, and what that is they're defining their own development standards, whether it be the height, the density, the floor area, and that is what comes before the city council because it's discretionary, it's almost its own set of rules, and that's why it has the overlay that is placed on that specific property that comes before the city council. Attached to that would be the defined development standards and anything else that would be defined as part of that project, time limits, code requirements, all of that, which the council has seen before with a few of the projects that have come before. The height limits with regards to meeting the state housing requirements, similar to inclusionary housing, it's something that is being brought through the discretionary process, is being brought before the city council, and we're doing what's required. We're evaluating these codes, and if it makes sense for the city, then it's something that the city council can move forward with. If it's something that may not make sense, then we would have to go back and think of other ways to provide that, whether, as mentioned in the presentation, we go back and we take a look at the different zones, we introduce a new zone, we take a look at an overlay. But this in part, unless the city attorney corrects me, can be adopted, maybe allowing for the increase in density going from 25 to the 30, but within the height limits of what's existing, which is the 3 stories and 5 stories, which can be done, and then eliminate it with eliminating the square footage of the bedrooms to allow for that extra density. So that, I believe, can be an option this evening.
Clear as mud. Wait, come back. So if we don't approve the 5 stories, then you're going to have to redo the housing element, or because the RENA numbers and the housing element, they're all connected. Well, what's the impact if we don't approve it at 5 stories?
We will have to take a look at other programs and other ways. We'll have to evaluate the development standards to see where else the city can make adjustments. And again, bring those before the commission and the council to see if those adjustments would work. Again, we just have to think of a different form, whether it be in adjusting boundary lines, taking a look at the different zones, introducing new zones. So it gets more complex at that point. This is just really the starting point without getting into, again, increasing densities within the R3 areas, the R2 areas, without shifting those lines between residential and commercial. This is really the most subtle approach that staff is taking at this point.
So if we approve the 5 stories, would that ever come to council? Like some of the other projects came to council and we approved them. They were above the 5 stories. They weren't on Valley. I'm thinking San Gabriel Boulevard in particular, where there's a lot of activity going there. Maybe we've already approved most of them, and I think about it, but what happens if we do approve it? Then it bypasses us completely?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this would be allowed by code under the mixed use.
How many projects are we really looking at? Because I feel like we've already kind of exhausted those types of developments that we've already approved most of them, it seems like.
So mixed use applies to an acre. I believe that there are.
Must be at least an acre for a
Right.
planned unit.
Right, so it would at least start with a property that's at least an acre in size or larger. It is an overlay zone, so it can really be applied to any area, which is why staff selected this as an option. It doesn't change the underlining zone of, again, the residential zones or the commercial zones. It doesn't change in any of that, but it provides for that additional option as an overlay zone.
So I just wanted to comment on that because in my opinion, what we're doing is taking something that is now not a right, and we're negotiating and, as Mark eloquently put it, extracting the value for the community because we're allowing to go above what we're allowing the developer to go above what's there in the code by right, to now giving it to them with no negotiation and no extraction.
And when we talk about negotiations, I mean, we're talking about impact fees.
Above and beyond impact.
Above and beyond impact fees, because I remember one project in particular, the negotiation included putting into a fund the ladder, cost of a ladder, the cost of a fire truck, something that hopefully we'll have soon come to council.
We're losing that.
So we would lose it, and really that's where I'm kind of focused on right now. I kind of like having that control, although we've always improved it, but I've only been in council since 2017. But I like the fact that that's a possibility because it is very hard, it's very costly to get that ladder. We already have projects there. They're already on Valley. This would just be above and beyond. But I'd like to hear from my colleagues. We've heard from the mayor. Any comments from my colleagues?
I would say that I agree with the mayor regarding not allowing the residential developments above what our current fire safety can handle. And also his point on density and kind of just getting more, just the density of having more residential projects and people who live here as opposed to commercial where they go home at night. So that's where I am.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, to me, this is interesting that for vacant sites, it's zoned for residential or non-residential. They are all residential, no matter what. But I understand that we have the pressure about the RENA numbers, and my question is, we have already approved those projects that has more than 3 stories. So, for example, on Valley Boulevard, we probably have Province. We have the one that just burned out is 300 East Valley. Or even on San Gabriel Boulevard, we have Pacific Plaza. those are more than 3 stories, it's way higher. So if, for example, if we are amending that, I mean, it sounds to me like we actually had that, we approved those heights already. So now we are doing something like, we are like reaffirm that we are able to build that height. But it seems like this is from the 3 stories to 5, then the height is increased. I mean, how did that happen? Because I understand that some of the community members, they call me and say, well, how you approve that, mixed use with so high where you don't have a ladder truck that to rescue the fires. If we are amending that to 3 stories today, does that mean we are not able to have the one, especially, for example, the 300 East Valley Boulevard, the mixed use being burned out, and when they try to rebuild, they have to limit their height, or they have already approved the plan, so they still can build before the fire?
That's a great question, Vice Mayor Wu, and actually I heard 2 questions or 2 comments in your remarks. The second one about the fire damaged building, they will be able to build back that building as approved and not have to go through any process. We're working with them to do that and to fast track that, and as of a couple of weeks ago when we met with them, they had every intention of rebuilding the building exactly as it was approved. On the first comment, Samantha reminded me and corrected me to say that Valley Boulevard has its own specific set of regulations. Valley Boulevard has areas that allow 5 stories by right. So some of those projects never came to council. They would go to the DRC, the Design Review Commission, but maybe not to council because they're building within the allowable rights for that zone. The project you mentioned, the Pacific Plaza at the old nursery site, the Rubio Village project that will be coming back before the council here in the next month or so. The project that is going to be next on your agenda, which is the Elegance project. Those were all development agreements because they were asking for more than what the underlying zoning code allows. They use the planned development. Okay.
So my next question is about the site inventory map. I do see those those little dots. It shows that that is potential sites for mixed use or for the building. Does those, those owners, property owners or parcel owners, they know they have been designated or been targeted as our inventory, the land or potential development land sites?
The owners were not individually contacted, but the purpose of the inventory map isn't to highlight their property. Really, it's a requirement of state law to just identify what does not have construction on it, what has the potential to build a little bit more, where a development standard may stand to be increased to allow to provide those incentives, as mentioned by Councilwoman, to encourage development. So it isn't really to highlight that something wasn't done or that something needs to be done. It's just those are the categories that state law required the city to identify it on its site's inventory map.
So who judged that?
I'm sorry?
Who made the judgment? Like, okay, we can put this lot, that lot as an inventory. I mean, our planning did the work. They assigned this as like, okay, this is our inventory. We just assume this is a potential, that there's a potential to
No,
develop.
that is based off of evaluating what's currently developed on the site against the existing zoning code and the development standard, and based off of that. So for example, if it's a commercial property that allows for a development up to 60% of the lot, but currently what you have on the site is a 500 square foot building, then that is one of the reasons why the site would be identified, that it can stand to have more square footage on it if it meets all of the development standards. So those are the type of properties that are identified on the map.
So if we really reduce the heights from 5 to, we do not increase to 5 stories. We still keep 3 stories. For random numbers, our RENA numbers is 3,012 something, right? And does that mean that we still have enough potential lands to build even for maximum height of 3 stories? We still able to meet that number, the RENA number?
So without having the exact number off the top of my head, I believe, so as much development that is going on Valley Boulevard, that is the area of the city that is supporting the majority of the city's arena assignment. And so I believe factoring in the density potential that is on Valley Boulevard, I don't remember if Mission District density was also factored into that. I believe the existing density for the city to plan for is approximately 600, and then also some variations to provide for different income affordability levels for those developments too. So as mentioned to the mayor, staff would just have to go back and evaluate other areas where those adjustments can be made.
So is there any deadline we have to meet the 3,000 RENA numbers by a certain time, within 8 years or something?
Right, so again, the 3,023, whatever the city was assigned, whatever the other city assigns are a breakdown of an ultimate larger number for the state of California. And again, it doesn't mean to construct those units, it just means that the city has the responsibility to plan for those units, whether it be in updating the maps or updating the development standards, and this is what we're looking at tonight, updating the development standards without getting into the maps yet. However, if the only option that the staff is going to be left with is to reevaluate land use and zoning, that might be the next step that staff would have to take a look at.
So if we amend the proposal today for, either that to reduce the height or, not increase to 5 stories, most developer, they have like a certain time they can submit their plan. So this ordinance, if we adopt it with amendment, that or we just just keep the 3 stories. So the ordinance, when we release that, it will be 30 days to take effect, right? So people still can submit their plan before that. Even I don't think people can rush that plan, but there technically, if they submit the plan, they still can build something higher.
Whatever is submitted at this time would be checked against the current code.
Okay.
Whatever it is that they're asking for that exceeds that, it would not apply until the update goes into effect.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I would just like to comment on that what we're really doing in effect is giving up a negotiation for something by right. So right now we come in and say, oh, you want to go above 3 stories? Let's hear the story why. Why do you want to do that, and how are the residents going to benefit from that? Now we're just putting it in the code, and it's just, you get it. No negotiation, no nothing. And I would just comment on RENA that it is divided amongst cities based on a projection of population, and it's it changes like each cycle. This is the first cycle, and it's not included in our current numbers. We have 3 years now of decreasing population in California, first time ever since 1840. We have decreasing by significant numbers, by 500,000. So these numbers, we're planning for this, the population is like this. I don't know if you remember 25 years ago when they were building schools because we're gonna be so overpopulated, and now they're closing schools because their planning never keeps up with actual trends. What's probably gonna happen, they close all these schools and then the population goes up and we have a need to build schools again. So the problem is we're always chasing, like a dog chasing its tail. We're always chasing these trends, and these are very long cycles, and here we are getting these numbers, and we're making code changes based on what the state is telling us to do. When in my opinion, I don't think this is something we have to do to meet our RENA numbers. It's something we could do. Once again, nothing in the staff report gave me the urgency that we have to do this by right. I still think under our current code, we could do this by negotiation and we'll still achieve our RENA numbers. That's my opinion, could be wrong.
Mayor, but with the RENA, really all it is it's how we're planning. That's it. And if we don't reach it, for now, there's no punitive damages because I don't think we've ever met, nobody's ever met the RENA number.
It's a plan, and
It's just a plan.
plan has been approved, so.
So I'm just wondering, let's just say we decide not to increase the height. Can't you put in your plan that based on, you know, what we've done in the past, that there will be some projects that we will approve to be higher? I guess you can't really do that, or,
We have a pattern and practice of approving them, though. We've never said, no, you can't.
well, exactly. So
Absolutely.
can't you just put that in your plan that even though we're not, let's just assume we don't approve the 5 stories. Instead of having to go through this whole exercise of, you know, density and finding ways to make sure you get to that $3,000 number or 3,000 units number, can't you just have the plan that says, you know, if we continue on with these projects, we're going to just make it work? That's just what I'm just saying. It's just a number game. That's all it is. And so instead of having to go through this whole exercise, can't you have like another bucket here that says projects that have submitted for increase in stories, and, you know, that's how we're going to get to our RETA number, because we're going to negotiate and we're going to get, they're still going to be able to build higher. I don't know, I'm just kind of thinking about it, because what you just explained, it just seems like it's a burden. I mean, you have to drill through all the paperwork and find all these projects, and can't you just have another area that says, you know, plug it, make it work, you know? I know I'm simplifying it, but it just doesn't make sense to have to go through this. I mean, it's costly too. It's your time, consultant's time, who knows, attorney time. I mean, it just goes on and on.
So I can start, and Mark can add, but what is presented before the City Council and then ultimately to the Department of Housing and Community Development is the annual housing report that staff brings to the Planning Commission and into the City Council. And ultimately what that is plugging in those numbers, showing the progress, what has been approved, what has been permitted, whether or not any of the bills have been applied, what mechanisms are being requested as part of these projects for these developments to occur. So there's an annual reporting that the city is required to do and to send directly up to the state. So that is one way. If the department is taking their comments very seriously, if they see a red flag somewhere that maybe development is not happening right now, admittedly, ADUs are the support of the housing developments in the city. You're seeing less of the single-family home additions. You're seeing new house construction is still relatively at a plateau. But if for some reason they're seeing that the housing developments, the review process, the approval process, the permitting process has decreased, that is some potential that the city can get flagged for. But however, if the trend and the number of developments are still showing that, to what you're saying, that there's enough in place for housing developments to continue, then that's something for HCD to get back to the city on.
But when you start seeing those trends, everyone's going through it. It's either interest rates, it's you know, less families are able to afford. I mean, there's so many other factors. So if they see a downswing, I mean, I'm assuming, you know, maybe again I'm simplifying this. Everyone's going through it. It's not, they won't just zero in on San Gabriel because we don't pass, you know, from 3-story to 5 stories.
As far as that level of analysis, that is not on their spreadsheet that they provide to plug in. They just provide the parcels, the type of projects, which zones, what bills were applied, if they're affordable. That's what they're checking, unfortunately.
Maybe quantitative, not qualitative.
Right.
Always that. They go by numbers because they're all accountants. They don't care about actual quality of life. They care about quantity.
Thank you.
Okay, my turn?
Sir.
Okay, all right. So for this amendment, I hear about it's for the commercial zone C1, C3. So if currently for the residential, what's our ordinance? It's a 3-story or 5-story?
it would depend on the use. I believe for R3, it allows 3 stories, but for R2, it may be limited to 2 stories. So there's nothing that goes beyond 3 stories.
If existing the single-family home, if they want to convert to the
R1,
mixed
R2,
use,
R3, they're limited. They would not be able to go beyond that, and there is
limited
not
to
any-
the 3-story.
Correct, at least in the R3 zones, and there is not an application short of a variance application, for example, where they can ask for that additional height in the residential zones.
Okay, so you mentioned currently on the Valley Boulevard, even C1, C3, whatever, they do the mixed use. For current ordinary, they can do the 5-story.
So for Valley Boulevard, the specific plan replaced the C1, C3. So you do not have C1 and C3s on Valley Boulevard. It has its own very specific.
Yeah, but based on your inventory map, it's on a Valley Boulevard, still have a couple C1, not too many, but I have some. Yeah.
No, that map, again, it's identifying vacant sites, it's identifying underdeveloped sites, it's, yeah, that's what that map is identifying, not whether the projects are mixed use or, right.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, they don't carry the C designation like they would on San Gabriel Boulevard.
Okay.
They have their own plan specifically.
San Gabriel Boulevard, it's also have a 5-story or have to?
No, San Gabriel is a mix of C1 and C2, and that is why the council sees the plan development overlay applications, the PD overlay projects that comes before the council.
We review those one by one, yeah.
Case by case, right?
Yes,
Okay.
on San Gabriel.
It's for the San Gabriel Boulevard.
That's our current.
Yeah, current. But the question, if we allow the C1, C3 to become the 5-story, maybe for the single-family home, they're asking why they can become the 5-story. They only have the 3-story. Or if you pass it and it's automatically let the resident, the unit, the single-family home, they can do the 5-story. Or
Right, so this does not change the underlining zone of C1, C3. This applies to the mixed-use overlay projects, and it's an overlay that is
include I1,
above-
I3.
No, not including the
Yeah,
residential.
okay. So only for the C1, C3
As a mixed-use overlay.
as a mixed use. Okay. So if we approve the 5-story, like our colleagues say, it's automatic. They by the design commissioner or planning, they can approve it, right? If we put on like still current guideline, it's a 3-story. But can we put on like the optional, so if the still case by case, it's goes through the city council to approve if just in case need a 5-story.
So the plan development overlay applications would still come before the planning commission and ultimately the city council. Not approving one of the standards, all of the standards this evening. This applies to, again, mixed-use projects by right that would not go before the planning commission or the city council. Because as mentioned, mixed-use projects are allowed to submit for plan check and they get approved based on these standards. So these are.
So you only based on this standard, just 3-story and no more 5-story if they submit application.
So currently, as it's written, the three stories, 45 feet. If the council is considering the 5 stories, 70 feet, then it would be at 5 stories, 70 feet. But it's mentioned it doesn't have to be all inclusive. If there's no concerns with the density or removing the bedroom limitations, then that's an option as well. It's not an entire package where the height absolutely needs to come with the proposed amendments.
How about the Pacific, the plaza, I think they have 5-story, right?
Yeah, it's
Plan
planned unit.
development
Yeah.
with the development
Yeah,
agreement.
so
yes.
how they submit the application, they just submit the application before the design and the planning goes through our city council to approve first? Or
All of that. including preview meetings, community meetings.
Okay.
They went through all of that.
That all
yes,
goes away.
For 3 years.
Still go through the design and the planning first? Then,
But those projects are a little bit different because in
Okay.
addition to the height that they're asking for, sometimes they come with increased density or
Okay.
or maybe shared parking, or there's just a mix of development standards that are a part of that overlay, which is why it comes with the ordinance, because it goes outside of the standard zoning requirements.
But to be clear here, we're doing both density and height on this.
This is density, height, and then the bedroom square footage.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So everything's getting smaller and more compact and more units.
Again, to provide that density and then
Yep.
kind of shifting the box a little bit as far as how to fit in that density. But I think the density can be allowed without necessarily increasing the height. So this is all up to the council.
Because my thinking here is that, for the council, that if we don't touch the height, leave it as it is, but we allow the density to have smaller units and more units, then when it comes to us, we'll have a much, probably less request of these 6 and 7 stories that we're gonna, might be able to do it in 5. And we could say to the state, look, we've worked with it, but we actually have a legitimate fire life safety issue. Density is probably not as big of a barrier as height for us. I mean, like I've said this a million times, I think, the only thing I'm worried about is our firefighters are gonna go in there when it's burning, they're gonna go and they're gonna go save people when it's 5 stories. They're not gonna wait, oh, mutual aid's not here, let's wait. They're gonna go in. It's unsafe for them, it's unsafe for the public. I would want to have our own ability to do it just before we start just by right allowing this, because at least now we've negotiated some things, we've got some money for the city to at least start this purchasing process. That goes away with this, unless we somehow build into the code the codified extraction, which then I'd be okay with it. Anyway, I'll stop on that.
if like we Mayor say about it, we keep the 3-story, but for the future, if we have the capability for, we have fire department have enough the equipment, so we still can amendment it to change it, right?
Can always change it, yeah. So my point here is I would accept everything staff proposed except for the height. So everything else, we're good. And I think we could probably massage it and make our RENA report and our report to the state.
So like you say, like they just, arena just want the quantity.
They want us to show a plan that promotes growth, one that doesn't stop growth.
Okay.
And I think we can do that legitimately with a straight.
So small unit.
We've allowed more units, and we've allowed floor area ratio, things have changed, and we've allowed more units, which that's ultimately what the state wants, is more units.
Okay. All right.
For some reason.
So maybe the reason is for the affordable, hopefully. I still want to add on hopefully.
We can always hope.
Small unit, still expensive. Okay.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion.
Let's hear it.
May I ask Keith one question before you do, ma'am? If we amend that as presented and just take out one of those, do you think we need to come back and have a new first reading, or is that, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'd like to move to make a motion. I'd like to, based on the recommendation, well, I'm going to amend it, so let's see, waive the full reading and introduce ordinance 695 by title only, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Gabriel, California, amending 153 zoning code of the San Gabriel Municipal Code relating to mixed-use standards in the C1 and C3 zones, with the amendment that we keep the height on item 5 on the ordinance to 3 stories versus the 5 stories that's being recommended. And then 3, to waive future reading of the ordinance and schedule the second reading and adoption of the ordinance for the next regular city council meeting. The ordinance would then become effective 30 days after adoption. Is that correct, City Attorney? Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. Any seconds?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Menchaca, second by Councilmember Chan.
Just to verify again, is it 2-story or 3 stories? It shows 2. Yeah.
If you look at 5,
It shows 2 stories or 35 feet.
building height is 2 stories or 35 feet for mixed-use development projects.
Yeah, there's two different standards. We're just keeping what's on we're going to maintain the height that is already in the code.
Okay.
I think that was clear. Unless staff, was that clear? Yeah. Okay, so the motion is to accept all of the staff except for the height on number 5. The only thing that's stricken out. We're going to keep what's stricken out. Yeah, the other stuff all stays. So as long as we're clear, we have a motion, we have a second. Let's vote, please. All right.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, everybody. Next item, please.
Item C, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Gabriel extending existing development agreement for project number PL 15-149, a planned development and development agreement, investing tentative parcel map number 74993 for the Symphony at San Gabriel Assisted Living Project at 806 to 824 South Gladys Avenue via adoption of First Amendment to the development agreement, introduction and first reading.
Thank you. So I will, this is just, is this a public? Yeah, it is, public hearing. I will open the public hearing. And Community Development Director Cervantes will make the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, members of the City Council. This item pertains to an ordinance regarding an extension of an existing development agreement, as well as a vested tentative parcel map for the project known as Elegance Senior Assisted Living. The project is located at 806 through 824 South Gladys Avenue, and it includes a 197-unit senior housing complex project, which includes independent living, assisted living, as well as memories care center. The project was known as the Symphony at San Gabriel, now is known as Elegance. Originally, the project was approved in December of 2018 under a development agreement, a planned development, and vested tentative parcel map. Pursuant to the original development agreement, the project had an expiration date or term that expired on January 4th of 2023. Prior to this expiration date or ending of that term, the applicant submitted a request to extend the term of the agreement from January 4th, 2023 to January 4th of 2024. In December of 2022, pursuant to developer's request to extend the development agreement, due to delays caused by the pandemic, the director, myself, extended the entitlements of the development agreement from January 4th of 2023 to January 4th of 2024, pursuant to the Section 5.01 of the development agreement. In September of this year, the applicant submitted an additional request to extend the terms of the development agreement for an additional year. Given the fact that the pandemic had been downgraded during that year, or this year, staff felt that it was necessary to approach the City Council to have the City Council review and consider an ordinance that would amend the development agreement in terms of the term, which would then essentially extend the term of the project to January 4th of 2025. Within this time frame, the applicants are required to obtain building permits for the project, as well as commence the project and show significant progress in the construction of the project. For council's reference, the letter requesting the extension of the applicants are attached to the report, as well as ordinance number 698 and the amendment to the development agreement, which has an amended term of January 4th of 2025. I will note that the applicants for the project are present in the audience tonight and are willing to answer any questions from the council regarding the project status. So with that said, staff recommends the City Council conduct a public hearing and discuss the proposed ordinance number 698 Motion to waive full reading and introduce ordinance 698 by title only. And lastly, a motion to waive future readings of the ordinance and schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinance for the next regular city council meeting. The ordinance will then become effective 30 days after adoption at second reading. If that concludes the report, I open for questions.
Thank you, Aldo. Do we have any technical or factual questions? Councilmember Machaca?
Yes, this project started as Symphony, but then it's now Elegance, but I notice it still is being referred to as Symphony, so which is it now?
It's a rebranding. I would say it's Elegance now. It's been known for Elegance for at least 2 years.
That's what I thought, so why do we keep making reference, like the motion, the recommendation still says Symphony? Shouldn't we change that to Elegance?
We can certainly change that to Elegance, yes. As part of the motion, as far as the reading of the title, we can change the.
I mean, it just makes sense, so
Right.
I want to make sure, legally, shouldn't we give it the right name? Or?
I'll refer to the city attorney as far as the legal name of the project, but the project is approved pursuant to the actual site address, which is 806 through 824 South Gladys. As far as the legality of changing the name or not having the correct name, I don't think that's a significant issue, but again, as part of this motion, we can always change the name as part of the reading of the title.
Thank you. Any other technical or factual questions?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wu?
Thank you, Aldo, for the presentation. This is like about 2.5 acres land, and they have been postponed twice, right? And this is the third time they request for extension. Is that correct?
This will be the second time.
The second time.
Yes.
And they do have a plan to start the construction sometime the end of the year?
I will add that we had a meeting with the development team within the last couple of months. They described a process to staff about proceeding with the project. One of the steps that was recently taken by the development team is the submittal of a grading plan check. That would essentially, upon completion of plan check, would allow for the developers to obtain a grading permit, which allows for site work of the property. That is in place now, although the permit has not been issued to the developer. They have submitted plans to take that step. They have a plan set in motion to amend the drawings that have been submitted by the city to abide by 2022 California building codes, as the prior plan was under a different codes requirement. And so that was essentially a small delay in the project, but they're looking to amend their project plans to meet the California building codes that are current. But as I mentioned, they're taking the steps forward to show to the city, I would say, or at least to the staff, that they're looking to make progress within the next year.
So if we extend today, that means from today until next October. Is that correct?
Until January of 2025.
Oh, okay. So if you have already approved, our city has approved their plan, and every year that the county we may have a new building code, do they need to follow the new codes, or they can just do whatever already been approved in the past?
Once the project is approved, they're vested under that building code. So in this case, it would be vested under the 2022 building code. If the project were to be delayed another 2 years and we have a new building code, they would not be subject to that building code because they pulled permits under an existing code.
So that is grandfather?
Correct.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, technical or factual questions? All right. I have none myself. Chief City Clerk, do you have any public comments?
No, Mayor.
Is there anyone in the public that would like to address the council?
Yeah, Aldo answered the first question was the code, because they're basically 4 years behind. I think Richard Coors, the original project manager, said they were going to start building like right after the rains in 2020. So they're, if they start now, they're like 4 years behind. The other thing is, I just want to mention, I was kind of against this project for for a few reasons, congestion. It's a 3-acre parcel that was zoned R3, so it would have been 25 units per acre, which they're building 197, so that's more than double. They're going to have 109 parking spaces for 197 units, so we're not even meeting the parking requirements. The other issue that I had with this project, and I think it really needs to be addressed because the fire thing was brought up in the previous amendment that you're talking about, is this project is not going to have a back street. There's no back, it's the wash behind them, right? And if there's an earthquake or a major fire, you're not going to even get a fire truck back there. So there's going to be an issue with if there is a major fire in this facility, because you're basically building, in a residential zone. There's apartments to the south. There's the Mission Walk to the north. So there is a big issue right there. And then back to the previous thing that you guys voted on. I just got a quick question about it. Now, so you amend the zoning code, but if you do an overlay, that zoning code doesn't mean anything, correct? Is that correct?
It means something, but we negotiate. The city negotiates with the developer.
Okay, so.
They don't have a right to anything, so we're not obligated to give anything.
Okay, so that's what they have the right to, but that's not the total obligation, because, okay.
Regarding this, he's applying it to this.
Yeah. You understand what I'm saying, right?
I understand exactly, yeah.
Yeah, because like this project here was R3.
Exactly how it applies to this.
And they did the overlay on this project, and I think a lot of our projects have been getting over it. All right, thanks.
Yep, thank you. Any further questions, or, are you with the applicant? Because we can give you time to speak. Yeah, we'll give the applicant time to speak, right? We can do that. Yeah. This is for public comment, so we'll give the applicant, you're not limited to 3 minutes. Well, they're paying the bill. Any further comments from the public? Okay, with that, I will close public comment, and I will allow the applicant to give some comments.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it. My name is Paul Griffin, and I'm a member of the development team for the project. For reference, my family's been developing here in California. I'm the 5th generation since, 120 years, 1903. My great-great-grandfather started actually here in San Gabriel. So it comes around. We've done maybe 100,000 houses and maybe $25 billion in real estate development in that time. I'm very pleased to be in senior housing. At this point in my career, we've been really focusing on it for about the last 7 or 8 years, and it's an exciting area. Growth, our seniors are, really mushrooming as a percentage of our population. They really aren't served well. Their needs are a little bit different than the families and the master plans that we've always done traditionally, or my family's always done. And I think this project is just an excellent example of what might serve that community well. Seniors, a couple of questions came up. The question about parking, really we're talking about assisted living and memory care. In assisted living, you're really talking, an assisted living resident today is an average of about 80, I would guess 89 years old, 88, 89 years old. They don't drive. They generally only have a couple of years that they live with us. We take them, we bring them health care, we bring them restaurants, activities. We bring the outside world into them. They don't really go out. Memory care, clearly, they have to be, in protected areas, and we bring them everything, toileting, everything. The independent living, you do get some people in independent living, which in this case is, we license the whole building for assisted living because you don't know, it changes depending on, year to year how many of which resident we might have. But The independent living residents, some of them drive, most of them don't drive very much. They're generally retired. They want their beds made, they want their clothes washed, meals served, but they do go out and are members of the community a little bit more. But that's why the parking requirement might not make sense if you're thinking about, you know, maybe a senior apartment complex or where people still working. It's not that kind of a building, really. The building does, at 197 units, it does provide somewhere between 75 and 100 full-time jobs with the project, because that's the kind of care, restaurant services, activities, all of the housekeeping, all that we have to provide for our residents. And the reason it's a range is because, again, it depends on somebody moves in. Well, think about our own families. We get our mother to move in. She's maybe 88 years old. She doesn't think she needs any help at all. We know she's going to burn the house down. We get her to move in. She's independent living, and the next thing you know, she has more and more services. And of course, as our resident requires more services, then we have to bring that service and more staff. The question about, I'm sorry if I'm trying to just remember what came up. The question about the life safety question in the building, these are very, very regulated by the state of California and by the fire departments here. These buildings are non-combustible, meaning they're built with steel framing so that they won't burn, or they have much less combustible material in them. The building does have a fire access all the way around the building. We can't these are licensed and heavily regulated. We can't move anybody in unless the fire department can get up and get non-ambulatory person out of the building, meaning we got to go up, get them out of their bed, and bring them down from the outside. So these are not just moving people in that we're putting in harm's way. The question about the building code was interesting. I think it's a good question. The way that it works in California, so if we get a project approved and we get into plan check, which are, they're millions of dollars that go into it. It depends on how big a building. So, but say in a building like this, it's a couple $1 million in architecture. Once you start into that level of work and we put the project into the city for plan check, that's the code that it's plan checked under. So while we're going through those process takes months and lots of work, but if the codes change during that period of time, you're grandfathered with the existing code. In this particular project, the work is done, but the plans never come in for plan check, so we're not grandfathered. So as the codes changed, we have to change and update the code. So that came about. We started to figure that out as we came into summer, and working with Aldo and your city, and started to figure, my goodness, we have to redo the codes. Several $100,000 worth of work and a few months worth of work. So we're not sitting around thinking about it. The project is a major investment already, and we're working pretty hard with your city and trying to get this done. That process, still will be a few months out before it gets into plan check, and then the city, every city, takes several months after that to get back and forth in plan checks and get finished. So it's not a short process, which is why, as we're coming up to the edge, we can't just say, well, we'll just quickly move in and pull the permit. We would like to, but you just can't go that fast. I'm trying to think. The other problem, that happened with this project a year ago was, I think the development teams were lined up and this was ready to go. So this is a little before the Griffins became involved as part of the development team, but the Federal Reserve started raising interest rates and started squeezing banks. Remember all of the banks that were struggling this time last year, and so it kind of pulled capital back. And as that happened, the development team that was here started to come apart, and we put a new development team together. We've got them lined up, and everybody's going forward. And we've been working hard as a new team through this year to try and get this happen, and expended considerable resources to get to this point. We're excited about the project, and I'm really happy to be in your city. Hopefully we'll do a good job and have you guys pleased to have the Griffins around. And I'm here for any other questions. Thanks.
Thank you, appreciate that. Do we have any questions from council? All right, thank you. Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing. This is time for council deliberation and discussion. Does anyone have any discussion items?
I'm ready to move for approval.
Anyone discussion?
No, I'm also ready. It seems,
We're gonna have the same two make every motion.
We're a team, Councilman Member Chan. So I'll go ahead and make I'll move to make the motion to waive full reading and introduce Ordinance 698 by title only. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Gabriel extending existing development agreement for project number PL 15-149, a planned development and development agreement, and vesting tentative parcel map number 74993 and I'm just going to make the amended for Elegance at San Gabriel Assisted Living Project at 806-824 South Gladys Avenue via adoption of First Amendment to the development agreement. And 3, motion to waive future reading of the ordinance and schedule the second reading and adoption of the ordinance for the next regular city council meeting. The ordinance would then become effective 30 days after adoption.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
yes, I'd like to second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Menchaca, a second by Councilmember Chan. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
All right, thank you. So before I go to the next item, is there anyone that needs a health break? Good, we're gonna power through. Let's do it. All right. Next item. Next item, please. Thank you. You got a health break or? I said, do you need one?
It'd be good. Yeah.
Fast one, 4 minutes. We'll adjourn for 4 minutes. Hello? Yes, City of San Gabriel regular session, or back in session to the regular meeting, 9:47 PM. All right, so the next item is discussion and potential direction regarding the street name change guidelines. Community Development Director Cervantes will make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. This item is pertaining to proposed guidelines that help facilitate requests for changing of street names within the city of San Gabriel. At the May 3rd, 2022, and the February 7th, 2023 City Council meeting, the City Council directed staff to draft guidelines regarding street name change requests and to seek comments and feedback from the Planning Commission, the HERE Commission, and the Historic Preservation and Cultural Resources Commission. Moreover, the City Council directed staff to seek feedback from the Historic Commission regarding the definition of a legacy business. At the February 13th, 2023 Historic Preservation and Cultural Resources Commission meeting, the Commission recommended that the definition for a legacy business include a 50-year standard, aside from the draft that included a 20-year standard, as well as including a list of criteria that is listed on page 2 of the report. The Commission also recommended the process include the HERE Commission and the Historic Commission as preliminary reviewers of each application before proceeding to the City Council for final adoption via an ordinance. The attached guidelines have been drafted to include the recommendations of all the commissions. The guidelines also address a fee waiver for applications submitted by the City Council or any of the commissions. The guidelines also include new provisions for notification requirements, as well as a provision that address ownership requirements with respect to the submittal of petitions for such name changes. These changes are all shown in red on the attached guidelines, attachment A. It is worth noting that the 4 criteria listed under the proposed definition of a legacy business may be considered to be subjective and the 50-year standard too restrictive. That said, the City Council has the ability or the process to amend these requirements by eliminating any of the 4 criteria, as well as amending the 50-year standard to be more of a range requirement, such as between 20 and 50 years. That is a policy decision of the City Council. We can definitely make that change within the guidelines. So with that said, staff recommends the City Council discuss the matter and provide direction to staff regarding the new policy or guidelines. In addition, the City Council may also elect to amend the application procedures to require an application go before the HERE Commission and the Historic Commission before proceeding to the City Council for final consideration via adoption of an ordinance. So with that said, I open for questions.
Thank you, Aldo. Do we have any factual questions or, for the staff to clarify in the report? Okay.
So why are we calling these guidelines and not a policy? Because I think people understand policy a lot more than guidelines.
And that's a great question. We had, the staff had approached the City Council back on February 7th with direction to request whether we wanted guidelines or a policy. The consensus of the City Council was to draft guidelines. And as we received that direction, we proceeded forward with having these more of a guideline. I will note that in our discussion with our City Attorney's Office, they very much felt that in adoption of guidelines, they're very much a loose process. There's no standards associated with those guidelines. Whereas if the council were to adopt a policy, then everyone has to abide by that policy. For example, if the council were to adopt guidelines and we have applications for requests for name changes, staff would have no choice but to accept all the applications and proceed before the City Council. Now, if the council adopted a policy, for example, with a 50-year provision, then any application that comes before staff will have to require a 50-year standard. Otherwise, there are no applications. So there's a difference between adopting a policy versus guidelines, whereas a policy is restrictive, where guidelines is a very loose process. But to answer the question, it was a direction given by council to adopt guidelines rather than a policy.
I don't remember that, but okay. And then second, I think I've already mentioned it to Mark, let's see, the application fee says $726, but the staff report says $768. So I guess that would just be a change that would need to be made. Which one is it?
It would be the fiscal impact at 768.
768, okay, so you would just, would that be part of the guidelines policy or the application, or you would just?
We would work that into our fee schedule. If the fee schedule is not addressing that exact fee, then we would work into the fee schedule through the normal adoption process. Or if the fee is already built into the fee schedule, we would use that to charge applications.
Okay. And then, it was just page 8, 8.2. It just needs to be corrected. It's just a spelling. It says the city shall be notified. Notified, thank you. Shall not notified. Anyway, that needs to be fixed. So it doesn't read correctly. The city shall notify other, so it's notify, yeah, other. So that just would be a correction. And I think there was one other, but right now that's all I can find. Oh, and then just the dangling legacy business. Apparently, so page 10 just has like definition, legacy business kind of dangling there. And I wasn't quite sure, but I guess it was a footnote that really belonged on page 9 that refers to something on page 5, so maybe we can clean that up a little bit. Because on page 5 down below, just so everyone could follow me, 4.2, second row, it says legacy business, then it has an asterisk, but that asterisk goes all the way to page 10, so that just needs to be cleaned up. It's very confusing. I wasn't sure what you wanted with that legacy business.
The legacy business was a small definition to start with because it grew. I figured to make it an attachment at the very last, so, but we can make that change.
Yeah, or just, yeah, I mean, make it, it should be on the same page or something, but it just very, for me, it was confusing. I'm sure for others who read it, it's going to be confusing. And then that's all for my factual technical questions.
Thank you. Any further factual or technical? Vice Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the application form, I see here, I'm just curious, for city use only section, they have engineer division, fire department, police department, and community development department. So this is the form, the application form that even before submitted to the Hear Commission and the Historic Preservation Commission and to the council member, those department will need to sign off first. Is that correct?
That's the intent, yes.
So what is the reason why we will have fire department, police department? Maybe you can explain a little?
Yeah, and one good example would be, for example, changing the address number of a property. We want to make sure that public safety, there's no conflict in a public safety perspective. So with respect to changing a name of a street, we want to make sure that the same thing occurs, where we're not either duplicating a name, or we make sure that the name change is not going to create a conflict in terms of responding in terms of a life safety issue.
So I have seen the summary here. That seems like so far we have one business owners is applying for the street name change. Do we have any other application at this time?
So far, that would be the only one.
This is the only one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, actual questions, clarifying? Thank you. So with that, we will have public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a speaker, Karen Lynn.
Hi, good evening, council members and mayors. My name is Karen. I'm here to represent Heng Wali Jewelers, which we have been in business for 60 years in U.S. and happy to be in the city of St. Gabriel for the past 30 years. We're one of the, St. Gabriel landmarks because our building has won the Bell Award from the city of St. Gabriel back in 2013 when we first built it for its European architectural designs. And our business basically live and grow with city of St. Gabriel and witnessing all the ups and downs and through all the hurdles and also struggles. I think that, well, as said, we're maybe the only one who is actually applying for the name change in honor for the legacy of Mr. Heng Wali. As a minority business owner in U.S., or maybe not so minority because of the Asian population in the city of St. Gabriel, our business represents a significant Asian culture by offering, unique Asian products and services in the city of St. Gabriel, allowing both Asians and non-Asians to experience and know the cultures and of Asian skill, such as Imperial J that represents good lucks and good fortunes. And also, we are able to put the city of St. Gabriel, because of us, on the map of the luxury jewelry and watches industry, because we own actually the biggest retail store in the entire Northern California. So our business, bought around 18 million in sales dollars for the past 10 years to city of St. Gabriel's. And our business owner, David Lee, who has been actively, finding ways to pay back to the community. He was elected to be the commissioner for the California Volunteer Commission for Government Nuisance, and he is the board members for the Lead with Your Life and Door of Hope too. And then his recent contributions to the Door of Hope for $1 million is his determinations to help to resolve the homelessness problems around the areas. We strongly urge the city, the Historical Preservations and Culture Resources Commissions to reconsider the 50, the definitions of the legacy business, replacing the 50 years threshold with a range of maybe 20, 25 years, which will be the same and then align with the other city like city of Los Angeles. And because we believe for businesses who have been with the city for more than 20 years, they have shown a very strong determinations to thrive with the city for more years to come. So, this is what, we propose, and hopefully you can listen to our voices. Thank you.
All right, thank you. No further comments? Anyone else in the public? One more.
Good evening, Council. As far as legacy businesses, we have legacy businesses in here. If you Google the oldest restaurants in LA County, we've got a bunch of them, right? Casa Calderon, Petrillo's, Claro's. I think to have anything less than 50 years as a legacy business in a city that's 110 years old, and Councilmember Machaca mentioned earlier how we're the birthplace of LA, right, in LA County, and 50 years is not very long to have a business in the city of San Gabriel. I believe, I'm not sure, I think Casa Calderon is probably the oldest restaurant we have in the city, and that's well over 60 years old, I believe, 70 years old, I think it may be now. Petrillo's was 1958. I believe Claro's right around the same time. So we're talking about businesses that have been here quite a while, right? Although the jewelry store has been here, I believe she said 30 years. It might not be a big change because it's just a little street right there. Although I believe the Hawaiian Market was against it, and they own half of that street. Their lot is covering half of that street. They were against it, so I think that kind of weighs into this whole issue of changing the names of this city and a business that is only 30 years old. That's kind of, we see a lot of name changes here, you know, and I think somewhere at least 50 years should be the minimum, if not even more, because, you know, I know that the city is changing, the demographics are changing, and people do want to represent, you know, their family or honor their families. But if it passes, Gladys Street is going to become Petra Street, as far as if I can do it. And then the other thing I just want to say real quick on another subject is, I mentioned my uncle. I forgot to say his name is Alfonso Lopez. He was born December 29th, 1918, and he passed away on the 13th of October, 2023. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience like to address council? Seeing none, I will close public comment. It's now time for council discussion. Who would like to start? Anyone? We have a pattern here. It's Councilmember Menchaca.
So I'll just turn the pages because I had comments on pages. So regarding the amount of time, I know that the Historical Commission was emphatic about the 50 years. For some of the reasons that was just mentioned, we have a treasure of businesses here that have been here for so long. 50 years is not a long time. Considering we are the birthplace of Los Angeles. And it's 50 years or more within the city of San Gabriel. So I like the fact that it defines it. You can be in business for, 80 years, but maybe you only spent 10 years here, 20 years here. But 20 years is just way too short. And so fortunately, the chairperson isn't here, but I know that this is something that they felt very strongly about, and I really believe we need to take that into consideration. So I do support the 50 years. The public notice, page 5, well, first of all, I do agree that the HERE Commission and Historic Commission shall review each application and provide recommendations to the City Council. It's included in the guidelines, but I just want to make sure I think it's so important to have different layers of review, because doing a street name change is something that is very serious. I mean, it should be taken, there should be a lot of care, a lot of time, and having a lot of eyes on it. And so I believe those two commissions in particular should be involved. But I did have a question about the public notice. It says, number 4, the city will give public notice of a request or intention to change the name of any existing city within the city of San Gabriel. And what I thought was kind of strange is that if you go to page 8, it says that once we do approve it, then it says 8.2, the city shall, okay, well, here we go. The city shall notify other governmental organizations within the city. And so, let me see, I'm trying to find where you list those organizations, but it seemed like, shouldn't that all be done beforehand, not after? Let's see, there is, let's see. Well, anyway, oh, here it is, yeah, so I'm sorry, let me read it again. It says, the city shall notify other governmental organizations such as local tribal groups, nonprofit organizations, and other governmental organizations within the city. Shouldn't that read that those are the people we should be notifying when a request or intention to change the name is provided? That's for you, Aldo.
Yeah, so if the council wishes to address that item as that the city shall notify these individuals at the sort of beginning stage of the application, or once an application is submitted, staff shall notify these individuals or these groups. That can be arranged that way.
Okay, well, especially the tribal groups. I mean, we don't want to go through this again where they're notified after the fact. And so, and then the nonprofit organizations and other non-governmental organizations, I wasn't quite sure where that was going, but if we're going to notify them afterwards, we should be notifying them beforehand. So I would copy paste and put it on the other side, on both sides, you know, before and after. I don't know if there's a better way of saying that, but that was one thing I noticed. And then, let's see, the tribal groups, how would that work? I mean, I know at some point they talked about, I don't know, I forget which council meeting. I wasn't on the council at the time, but there was some discussion about creating a statue. I think it was Tori Perina. But if it's anything relating to a tribal group, shouldn't that go through them first, or would that go through Historical Commission or the HERE Commission? Because the HERE Commission, as one of the public comments made at one of the other meetings, it's page 26. It was by the chairperson that because they foster inclusion and promote discussion and education about the stories of ethnic minorities and indigenous groups, they have previously been told from a limited and majority culture perspective. That was one of the reasons they felt they should be included. Anything relating to the tribal groups, would that go through the HERE Commission, or would that go directly to them? I don't know. I'm just asking, because I know there's two groups, and you know, depending on who you talk to, you know, one group has been here longer than others, but how would that work if it's relating to a tribal group?
Well, that would be something that council can discuss today, but I would envision that we can certainly go to both groups. That's not an issue. We can certainly go before the Historic Preservation Commission first, as it's related to their purview, and then approach the HERE Commission before proceeding to the City Council.
But if it's specifically, I'm thinking, you know, let's go back to pickleball, which we hate to do, I know, but don't. But you know, if it's specific for a tribal group, who would that go to? I mean, I guess I know the city manager, you worked with both groups, but if it's relating to it, I don't have the answers. I'm just saying that I just don't want that part to be ignored. So how could we strengthen this guideline policy to address that?
I think you have, Councilwoman Menchaca, by adding, if the council agrees with your proposal, of putting the notification to those tribal groups and other groups for any name change application. And if we notify them and it happens to be either an event or a name or something that's significant to them, then we would meet with them at their request prior to it going to the groups, to the groups meaning the
So through the notification process, because I'm thinking even the Mission Church, if there's something specific that has significance, you know, I know a particular street it gets a little bit controversial, you know, removing the name, I know the church would want to be involved. So when you talk about other governmental organizations, does that include like the Mission Church, as well as other churches that, you know, whether it's Protestant or like Church of Our Savior, whatever the case may be?
I think we would look at each application and try to identify who the groups that might be affected. We would have the normal groups that we would meet with, school district, for example.
School district.
And others, but if it's something that is near a particular agency or, again, of significance, we would add them to the notification. And then also, it would be on agendas for the Planning Commission, the HERE Commission, the Historic Preservation, and the City Council.
So where would that be here on this guidelines? I mean, don't we have to include it that, you know, if it's within a certain radius, or, I mean, we just can't assume that they're going to be notified. How do we do that?
I think we could be as specific as you into that other section to include that kind of thought process, because that's not specific. It doesn't lay out what the organizations are. So we would be doing that every time we notice one of these applications.
Okay.
And ultimately, I believe the HERE Commission and the Historic Preservation could also direct us or recommend that we.
Yeah, that's what I would hope. I mean, just to cover our bases, because there's a huge population out there. It's not just businesses, but organizations are impacted. And then, lastly, I wanted to, I'm not sure if it's appropriate here, or I was going to actually mention it under council comments, but this legacy business, because it was dangling, I wasn't quite sure what was going on, so now I know it's a footnote, but I do want us to explore the legacy business. Let's just say it's 50 years, because that's what's being recommended by the historical. What happens, you know, because we have quite a few, you know, Claro's comes to mind, 75 years, and we've done nothing. They're actually going to have their own celebration. But I think we need to have some kind of award structure, you know, whether it's, you know, I know for the 100th, we gave them some certificate, I think it was, or maybe it was a plaque, but it's 100 years. You would hope that we can have a better award structure. You know, what comes to mind is, you know, if you get to 75 years and above, you know, I know for our executives here, you know, when they leave, they get this street sign, and it's just a sign that they put in their own private, you know, location. It's not an official sign. But something like that, I think, has so much value. You know, it's 75 at 100, but we don't really have anything. And so this just kind of brings up the fact that, you know, could this be taken back to the historical group, resource preservation group commission, so they can come up with the structure so everybody is aware, because I do get those questions, you know, and then also when we talk about legacy, you know, this specifically says within San Gabriel, but for example, Toyo Miyataki, it's been 100 years, they haven't been 100 years here in the city, but we still recognize them. So, which is fine, but again, you know, what have we done for whether it's here or, you know, a combination? I just think I like that legacy business to be further explored, and starting with our historical preservation group. But I think it's something we just keep kind of pushing, and we just haven't come to any conclusion. And, you know, we got two businesses, 100 years. Let's not wait any longer to, I think, properly honor them. So that's all I have for now, Mayor.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Vice Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to clarify, today, we're not discussing the applicant's case. We are here to discuss and giving our city a direction, what guidelines we are actually looking for. So first of all, I think I would like to, you know, I greatly appreciate the efforts of the HERE Commission, Planning Commission, and Historic Preservation Commission. Their comments that have made, I think it's incredibly informative and valuable, shaping the guidelines for our street name change guidelines. But I think regarding when I see that there is a staff report made on August 20th in 2013, and today is 2023, and we are still discussing about the guidelines of name change. It really makes me feel uncomfortable. So Aldo, I wonder that, I just asked you one question, that who is the applicant right now? It's only one. So from 2013 until today, how many applicants or potential applicants they have intention to make the name change?
Well, there's only been one.
Okay.
And I even question whether it's even an application with reference to the email we received to go through a street name change. There's an email that was sent out to request a street name change. Upon receiving that name change, we discussed the opportunity of providing a policy or guidelines to help facilitate that application or that request plus future applications. But to answer your question, we have an email requesting that we consider a street name change. I don't consider that an application yet.
So that means, it's been said, for 10 years, only one applicant. So we, actually, that is a very minimal demand for this street name change. And so now we are talking about, I think this is good that we have a policy, we have a guidelines, because that could, we may have more applicants in the future. But I think regarding the definition of legacy business, I think that we do have several aspects that we need to discuss. But first, I think minimum numbers of years a business must operate within our city. That while we are talking about 20 years might seem too easy, but I would tell my wife that we have legacy marriage because over 20 years. It's not easy, but I would say that way, but 50 years signifies a substantial commitment that often that would take like a 2-3 generations of a family operating the same business. So I would say a reasonable middle grounds that will be like 30 years should be considered. That is my next go-to for marriage. But second, I propose that we actually streamline the review process by selecting one commission. So either here, commission, or the historic preservation, because I hope only one commission to handle the application review and provide recommendations to the city council. If we have more commission get involved, yes, this is a very serious process. We should really, name change is a big deal, but we shouldn't really make it as like we try to make it as difficult as possible. We can really have make a judgment based on our common sense. And I think to build up a clear guidelines would really facilitate the smooth process. So if we have a good guidelines, we shouldn't have those kind of, headache issues. Yes or no, that is really simple. Then I would say, well, of course, we don't want to prolong the time frame for the approval or denial. And regarding the criteria of legacy business, I have reservations about the restrictions on business not being franchised or affiliated with national corporate chains. For example, we have like utility service like SCE, we have businesses like Home Depot or Walmart, which is franchised as a part of national or international corporate chains. We can see those streets in Alhambra. We saw that in Rosemead. But I would suggest to consider the limitations to allow such business to apply for street name change. It shouldn't be like, we just limit them. You cannot be a franchise or you cannot be having other stores in our city. Additionally, I think business that headquartered in our city of St. Gabriel or founded in our city, they have expanded with a franchise somewhere else, they should also be eligible to apply. We should not really punish them by doing business so well. And on page 5, item number 1, I think under the purpose section, it's essential to emphasize St. Gabriel's unique historical, geographic, and cultural characteristics. Street like Mission Street and St. Gabriel Boulevard serve an example. But is it considered as a stereotype how we would tell other those businesses that operating in our city more than 3 to 4 decades that they are not St. Gabriel enough? So in terms of organizing the public hearing, I propose that the applicant covers the expenses for postage and staff time. It's not only $700-something, but actually it probably would be more. That we need to send out a notice to the neighborhood that might be impacted by the name change. Furthermore, it might be beneficial to establish a requirement for a certain percentage agreement from residents or homeowners who directly affected by the legacy business name change. So, Aldo, I would like to know that how many residents will be impacted? Since we have only one applicant, how many residents will be impacted from this application?
Well, we haven't done that analysis yet to determine a radius that surrounds this property. So I can get back to you and the council with respect to that question, but this is a small street. It's a cul-de-sac or a dead-end street. It certainly is adjacent to, of course, the property itself, as well as a couple of other commercial development projects. To the east is where you would find the residential property owners, if we were to consider a radius at least. But
So-
here in this case, if this application, if this request were to become an application, I would say, then the ones most impacted would be the properties to the north of Benkamp currently.
North, okay, so no residents there?
No.
But also
no
their address is not Benkamp, correct? Their address is Del Mar.
Correct.
So that's,
They wouldn't even have an address change.
okay. But that street, is that an alley or that is even not a street? Is that a street?
Benkamp Street.
Benkamp, right? But Benkamp, the east of Del Mar, that we have residents living there.
Goes on both sides of Del Mar, but it's interrupted by the shopping center
And recycle.
by the
center.
Hawaii supermarket. So it starts behind the Hawaii supermarket and then behind the San Gabriel Plaza.
So there is no, that
It's
is,
it's 125 feet with.
is that an easement or something?
Was that?
Is that an easement?
No, it's a street.
It's full
It's a street, right?
Yep.
But no residents?
No resident.
I see, okay.
There's, to my knowledge, there's one address on that.
One address, I see.
We can
Okay.
look it up, but it's one address. You
Got
can
it.
see it there.
Well, this is not, who's controlling that?
But this is not an application. So we
This
should
is
decide based on one. We're setting a,
Guideline.
I really think we shouldn't look at one, in other words.
Okay, so I think that's my comments about the policy or the guidelines. Thank you.
Any further comments?
Yeah, well, this is a kind of an interesting and different, or maybe somewhat difficult issue. I mean, I kind of agree and disagree with Vice Mayor Wu. And on one hand, I don't think that we need a full policy, seeing as, you know, especially in this case, Vice Mayor Wu pointed out that over the last 10 years, and this has been going on for 10 years, there's only been one applicant. Because on one hand, I kind of worry about if we don't have a policy, then there might just be a whole bunch of people applying for a name change. And, but in our experience, as it is now, we see that even without a formal policy, we've only had one request over the past 10 years. So that's what leads me to think that maybe we don't necessarily need a full formal policy. And we might be able to handle this on a case-by-case basis. Another interesting thing that I kind of noticed, I kind of looked at my colleagues in other local cities, and aside from policy, formal policy, and this might apply to, well, the would-be applicant possibly. An interesting alternative I found is that in Monrovia, they had a former mayor who, I think his name was Bob Bartlett, and he grew up in Monrovia his whole life. And to honor him, they wanted to find the street where he grew up and rename it, but they found an interesting solution that I think saved a lot of money and still gave whatever honor they wanted to give to him. Excuse me. What they came up with, and again, that might not be an all-encompassing policy, but it worked for them, and I don't know, maybe the representative from Hinghwa Lee Jeweler might be open to this as a possible solution in their case, not necessarily as a overall policy, but I found out what they did in Monrovia to honor Mr. Bartlett was that section of that street that where he grew up, they didn't technically legally change the name of the street. They had the street name with the full legal normal street name and the 600 East block or whatever. But then on the same pole, right above it, they were able to create another sign that looks exactly the same as probably is manufactured by the same street sign company the city uses, but they had a Robert Bartlett Way or something like that was just above there, just to as kind of more like a acknowledgement, memoriam sort of, and that might be an interesting compromise in that way. But again, that's just kind of my observations. But I'm looking forward to further discussion from my colleagues.
Councilmember Ding.
Thank you, Mayor. Just first question, just asking if back to the 2013, if all the council, it's most get a majority council member vote yes, what's happened? It's in street names.
I can answer that. I was here. Wow, kind of. You want historically what happened?
Yeah.
Off the record or the on the record?
Both.
Happened between a few weeks and everything else?
Both.
It was voted on 5-0. Council approved the ordinance. We issued an ordinance on the first reading. Not much controversy. No one said anything. I think Councilmember Pooh said something along the lines of we need to be mindful of this. It needs to be unique. You can't just change streets all the time. We had a robust discussion, and it was approved 5-0. Some council members in the interim before the second reading got pressured, and there were some other issues going on behind the scenes. And we ended up with a 3-2 to not do it. And not only that, but to not even come up with a policy, which I found quite strange. We had a friendly amendment by Councilmember Liao to have direct staff to bring a policy, and I think it's in here, it says, no, nothing more, nothing less. So from a 5-0 vote to a 3-2 vote, you can kind of figure behind the scenes what was going on. I'm not going to say it, but I know. It somehow changed to you can't even discuss this anymore for some reason. There were some shenanigans, let's say.
Well, but also you have to take into play that there was quite a few community members who objected to it, so they're listed on there.
For sure.
So it wasn't just an empty room like today. There was.
It wasn't an empty room the first time either.
Well, but this time, there was community members who must have had an impact of some sort. So there was a lot of discussion, because this is serious. We've never changed names before. So that's why I think the guidelines were important.
So you still didn't answer my question. My question, if not the 3-2, it's reverse, what's happened?
Then we would have a different name right now, and we would have
already have the different name, right?
already be there, because we didn't have a policy.
So that's I don't have a very straight talk about
like
if approved it.
So like right now,
So we don't need to
could say,
discuss,
we don't
right?
want a policy. Bring this back to council. We could approve it because we don't have a policy. This isn't even a policy we're discussing. We're discussing guidelines. Policy and guidelines are different. Guidelines allow staff to do what they think are within the wide range. Whereas if we had a policy, we need to be more specific on an issue like this. To me, I think within council discretion, I don't think we're going to willy-nilly change street names. I really don't think any 5 council members. You have to convince 3 council members that it's important enough to do it. And guidelines are whether the staff brings it to council or not. So if it misses anything, staff can tell the applicant, nope, you didn't meet this guideline, this specific guideline. Now we're adding the layers of commissions to that, which is, to me, by the time anything happens, we're gonna have a historic ordinance, because it's gonna be over 50 years in discussion whether we have a policy or not. It's been 10 years, we haven't even had a policy. I think that's the reason, honestly, that the applicant came back, is it was so long, and pretty much the entire council had changed. So probably it's, hey, I want to try this again. They've been in business 10 more years, have at it. And then we decided as a council, we wanted guidelines.
That's we talked a couple months. Yeah.
So it wasn't an application, it was a request. We didn't have an application process. It's a request.
It's a request. Yeah.
We want to know, what is the process? What do we need to do to get our street changed?
Okay.
Legally, the city issues an ordinance in the street, and then there's a legal process that occurs, and we can change any name of any street in the city. We could change Mission to Gabrielino Lane. There's anything within our discretion. It's whether 3 of the elected officials want to have an ordinance to change a street name. And then it triggers a process with the county, with the maps, with everything that happens after that. So it's a process. Now, what we're deciding internally is, how do we trigger that process? How much layers of bureaucracy and protection do we think we need as a council and as a commission and as a staff? That's what we're deciding. We're deciding how much is enough. Do we make, I'm good with guidelines, because I'd rather have more applications than less. Like Councilmember Menchaca said, there's a lot of business that might apply. And then we would decide, is it a segment? Is it the entire length through the entire city? We could say for these 3 blocks, it's X, Y, Z, and for the rest of the city, it remains the same. We could do anything as a council. There are streets that change names in our city. Like if you drive down San Marino, it changes to Sierra Madre Villa. No, it changes right at an intersection. It changes names.
Oh, no, because San Marino is like that, and once you cross that line, they change their streets.
No, you're talking about San Marino Boulevard within our city, right? San Marino.
It changes too, yeah.
In our city.
Yes.
So not.
Oh, in our city.
Yeah, in our city.
It changes in our city.
No, within our city, he's, Mr.
Not
Mayor saying it changes.
San Marino City.
Yeah. San Marino Boulevard, intersection.
San Marino
My
Boulevard
point is,
in the
it
city.
is discretion. So what we're doing, last time we directed staff, bring us guidelines. These are the guidelines. Now we're saying, what are the guidelines? We have recommendations, so. But historically, what happened is, for some reason, we said, we don't even want a policy, and nothing's ever going to happen. Like, okay? I think now is an opportunity with a different council to actually have guidelines for staff. If someone makes a request, what do we do?
Okay.
Now it's the same for everybody. If another company comes in or another person comes in and says, there's an event that happened in San Gabriel, we want, you name it, we want General, Patton. We want Patton Lane instead of Rose's Road, because Patton was more important than Rose.
Right. But see, even.
Consider that. We could say yes, we could say no.
Right, so even with guidelines, it gives council enough flexibility to still.
Even with a policy, we could have an ordinance. If 3 council members wanted to do it, I could propose an ordinance, get it on the agenda, whether there's a policy or not. We don't have to follow that policy. We're the council.
Oh.
Staff has to follow the policy.
Oh, I see.
I'm just saying a policy is for staff. We can issue an ordinance. It's within our power to issue an ordinance. No matter what a previous council, no matter what we do, it's not binding another council after us. That's my point. That's why, to me, guidelines make sense, because guidelines direct staff, and then they can work with an applicant to be within the guidelines.
Okay.
And they have a little more room.
Well, I just think it's important that we get as many, we can do whatever we want as council, obviously, you only need 3. However, I think it's respectful of us as council to include the residents, to include commission. I don't want us to be in this vacuum, because we can do it, but you know what? Council changes again, and maybe they want to change the name of the street. I just think it's irresponsible just for us to discuss something so serious, so important in our community. And again, once we decide this, you know, just like in 2013, I predict we will have people come out again. So let's just do it right this time. I agree, Councilmember Chin-Ho Lau. I don't know why it was dismissed, but I just don't want to kick the can down the road again. Let's just have something here.
So my suggestion wasn't to not do this. My suggestion was to do it, but I think Councilmember Ding was asking like why it didn't happen, and my point was
I agree with your point.
We
Yeah.
should have guidelines.
Yeah, we should have guidelines or policy. I just want us to be the ones to be involved.
Actually, I'm still not finished. I have question, get an answer from Aldo. If change, so it doesn't mean, so probably we not discuss today, right? Because at that time, it's not go through and it's still, so they come back the 10 years later to give, it's good. It allow us to have chance to discuss, right? Yeah, but we don't need 10 years. But finally, 10 years come back, we discuss the guideline. It's good. It's good things, right? It's more community involvement. If like here commission or historic commission, we need to listen their recommendation, right? So finally, still our council member to make a decision, right? So, but for the legacy guideline, I saw the page 2 have the city of Los Angeles is 20 years the standard, and the city of Pasadena it's 50 years for the legacy consideration, and then plus the 1, 2, 3, 4 the guideline. So this is belong to the city of Los Angeles or city of the Pasadena for the 1, 2, 3.
I believe 1, 2, 3, 4 are our San Gabriel staff recommendations. Is that correct?
They're based on LA.
No, looks like it's a LA city.
Based on LA, but we are recommending something similar.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
That's correct.
Is it correct? Is it based on city of
LA, yes.
LA,
Yes,
right?
yes.
For the city of the Pasadena, only one requirement, it's 50 years.
Correct, they just have the year standard.
Yeah, so they're very broad with, once you're 50 years, no matter what, the staff can consider you.
Okay.
LA says, after 20 years, if you've done one of these 4 things, staff can consider you. So there, you know, it's kind of like saying, what is your impact to the city? Is it just, once again, qualitative or quantitative? A business can have a whole bunch of impact in a very short time.
Yeah. But a business like even 20 years is still not easy, right? 50 years.
You've been in business, you know.
Yeah, 50 years in the same city. If our guideline is the same city, it's too restricted. Even when you have a celebration, 100 years, the business, I saw they are in and out, not that only in our city of San Gabriel. So I feel like it's more reasonable. It's follow the like LA City the guideline. It's more help, you know, have the because the you know also we can put on if you want another additional 50 years, maybe you can say that the business should be have like maybe have the 50 years. That you not meaning have to with the city of San Gabriel. That's reasonable. Otherwise, how can we encourage the business come to our city, right? So, if long term, stay with the city too, right? Yeah. So even like we in the pandemic, we have the small business we have in the city relocation. We try to encourage them in our city too, right? But we also need to invite the rest of the like business if they have the other in our city, but we can encourage them too if they have the long history in the whatever our neighborhood city.
But 20 years is such a short period of time. I mean, I think it just diminishes the whole legacy designation. You know, that's, you know, and I wish, again, the Historical
Yeah,
Commission was
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Because I didn't see anything in the agenda.
But
with their
why the LA city, bigger city, they use that?
'Cause that's
kind of
LA.
standard?
That's LA.
Yeah,
You know, they'll change a name at a moment's notice, so.
Well, along legacies, I'm not only looking at legacy because, I mean, there are businesses that have impact in less than 20 years, in my opinion. There can be very important business. I mean, just nationally, there's businesses that have a huge impact in 5 years, 6 years. I mean, like, imagine, like, Whammo when it was here. Their first 5 years, went from an idea to, back then, was millions of dollars in sales, huge impact on our city, lots of notoriety, lots of stuff. I would have said that's not a legacy, but it has a big impact. I mean, it puts you on the map, you know, like Sriracha. You know, we had Sriracha here. It was in San Gabriel. I mean, a part of it. I mean, but it was still here. It would have been nice to have something like Sriracha Lane if they had stayed, but that might be something that made them stay. Who knows? My point is that years don't really mean anything, because you can be, no offense to any long-term business, you can be a really crappy business for a really long time. But just years in business doesn't necessarily mean you're great, but you can have a great impact in less than 50 years. It's kind of like, but that's something that the commissions and the council can't decide. If we put a hard 50 years, then that's what and someone's going to hang their hat on. Oh, you've been in business 49 years and 6 months, come back in 6 months and apply. I mean, to me, it's like, well, you've been in business 15 years and you've done a heck of a lot for our community and you're very involved in, like, for example, like, EYC hasn't been here 50 years, had a lot of impact. Are they any qualitatively different than, let's say, La Casa, who has been here 50 years? The years isn't necessarily, I think they both do great work, and the number of years doing their work isn't necessarily what makes them great. So that's kind of where.
Then it becomes really subjective.
Yeah.
And so that's
Any
why
name
having
change is subjective.
having the number of years, because, you know, you said crappy business. Well, that's your opinion. They could actually be a very successful business, but you don't like the product, so you don't. Yeah. So I think it's more about it's legacy. It's not whether you're valued, you know, by the majority, whatever that means. It's a legacy. You know, you've been there for so long. You know, whether it's generational, you know, typically not one person's been there the whole time, because it is generational. So I think we're kind of going off, you know, we can recognize businesses, that could be a whole nother discussion, but this is talking about street name changes, and focusing on legacy businesses for the street name change.
Well, we don't have the 50 years applied to the other categories. This is not only businesses. So does that 50 years apply, like, say, if I lived in the city for 48 years and I didn't live here 50 years, I can't get the street name?
It does say here business. It doesn't talk about individuals. I mean, it's legacy individuals now we're talking about.
Well, I mean, the 50 years only would apply to businesses, is my point, or are we going to apply that to any?
Well, that's what's being presented here is.
Achievements, figures, events, milestones, other categories, unique aspects of the community, geographical.
Well, but it says on page 3, a legacy business will be defined as a business that has been, I mean, that's what we're focused on right now.
This policy doesn't only apply to legacy businesses. It applies to significant figures, groups, neighborhoods, legacy businesses, places, landmarks.
Right, yeah.
So it's not only talking business. Anyone can apply in any of those categories. So does the 50 years apply to that? Because some of them are events. It's not a 50-year event. My point is, if you're going to define legacy business, we need to think of it in relation to the other things, like significant groups. What if, I mean, did they need to be here 50 years? Should we apply the same quantitative figure to all of these things?
Well, I'm just focused on legacy business right now, because that's what
So also the guidelines are only for the, like, agree, I think the mayor, if it's only for the legacy business?
So wait, this is my point, though, because what if the applicant came in, as they did, and said, this is for Hingwa Lee, not Hingwa Lee Jewelers, the individual who started the business here. Which one are we going to take the application under, the legacy business or the individual who started the business? Because that would be a significant figure, And that 50 years doesn't apply to that figure, it only applies to the business. And they could say, we're not doing it under the business name, we're doing it under the person, because that's who we're honoring, not the business.
Yeah, that's,
My point is that there's a lot of things here, so if we're just hanging it on the business, there's still room for any applicant to come in, like, I've been here for 3 years, but had great impact as an individual, not as a business.
yeah, that's our meaning here too.
I think that's how it was originally presented. It was never meant to promote a business. It was my point. It was to do an individual who achieved a lot. And so I'm not trying to put this around one applicant. I'm trying to make this so that it applies to our staff knows how to handle these, because let's go in and our staff says, okay, they're applying, but what are they applying under? So are we going to have 6 categories? Are we going to, because this is all under one section, 4.2. Should we have 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5? So what category are you applying under? That's on page 5. It starts in 5 because there's different, when I read this, oh, okay, now we're accepting not just businesses. We're talking about, we could have the Village Lane because it's a significant place. We could have any type of landmark we have in the city. Mission Playhouse instead of just Mission Playhouse Lane. But my point here is, this is well thought out, but it's not completely baked. That's why I like guidelines, because it leaves room for staff to, they can coordinate with council and say, we received these applications and we're going to run them through the commissions, but just be aware that there's, some confusion because we don't know whether this is an individual or a business or a group or.
So when this was presented to, for example, the commissions, was that made clear? Because when I talked to, when they had that discussion with the historical commission, there was an emphasis on legacy business. It wasn't on, historical significance of figures, groups, neighborhoods, places, landmarks, so on and so on.
I think it gets framed that way because we only have one person that's ever requested it. So that's kind of our myopic, this is what we're looking at because it's the only person that's ever asked for it. What I'm saying is we shouldn't look at it through one lens. This should apply to everybody equally everywhere, no matter who's applying. And the guidelines should reflect that. So rather than have this 4.2, I think there should be other categories, or these categories should not be grouped. In other words, there shouldn't have figures, groups, neighborhoods, legacy businesses, places, landmarks, and events. That should be like, just like it's bulleted below that, it should have bullets of categories that people can apply under.
Well, then, Mr. Mayor, if we do that, well, I'm just thinking if something would qualify like a person, or then should we not even have the year minimum?
I think businesses, to me, I'm fine with 20.
Okay.
I mean, any number we put is arbitrary because it's
true. Because
my opinion.
If it's a person, what, they have to be 20 years in the city, or?
That's what I mean. We don't have a number on that.
How
There's
are
no
we
number on it.
going to do that?
I mean,
should we not have a year?
Well, I mean, for example, would the city ever name George Patton Lane? He didn't live in our city for that long. He lived here for a bit, but not that long. He lived mostly in what is now San Marino. Yeah. But he did live in San Gabriel for a number of years, like 3 to 4 years.
Right.
Some people think we should. He's buried over in San Gabriel.
Yeah, because that's right where he lived. He went to church there and everything, but should we require 50
Right, so
individuals?
should we require any number of years, because he is significant in our city, but, we can't say he lived here for 50 years or,
I mean, I don't know if you've ever gone through gone through the people buried in San Gabriel, some of the very important people. You start looking at some of the graves here, there's some really amazing people buried at Church of Our Savior.
Yeah.
I don't want to start naming streets after all of them, but
Right.
walk through there sometimes and look, and I've looked up a lot of these names. There's some very significant, important people.
Right.
But that doesn't mean we're going to start naming streets. But my point here is, did there have to be a number of years, the impact they had on the city? So this, we can either be very, very, very detailed and very long in our policy or our guidelines, or just kind of let staff work it out with the applicants and then go to the commissions and then come to us.
I think I'm more in favor of that level of process.
I prefer, I trust our staff to have good discretion. And I would be comfortable with 20 years definition or legacy business. Even with what our commissions have said, I would rather have more applications than less, because I don't think even 20 years is a long time in our city for a business. I don't know how many businesses last that long and have impact, because I think you kind of have to have both, in my opinion. Like,
I just think changing street name should be an exception, not, something that, with 20 years, I mean, it's opening the floodgates, and maybe that's why they didn't want a policy, or even entertain a policy 10 years ago. I think it needs to be more tight. I do agree, have the staff review it and then come back to city council.
Well, but what I'm saying is, even without a formal policy, you see that no floodgates have been opened, and over the last 10 years, it's only been that one. So,
But with a policy, and now people are going to be much more aware, and I think most people don't think 20 years would qualify them, but they hear 20 years and like, hey, we might as well submit. We can change the street.
well, then, maybe it's better, maybe it's better not to have a policy at all, because it's worked. I mean, no, realistically, you've seen that it's worked over the past 10 years. There hasn't been a flood of crazy people left and right, asking for street name changes,
so
even without a policy, so.
I would just caution, we're getting close to our 11 o'clock time, so do we have any new issues that we haven't hashed out? Not to cut to the, but I mean, I think we're going over the same issues over and over.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Anybody have any motions, guidelines? We don't have to do anything. I mean, I would motion the staff recommendation with all of the amendments except for the 50-year legacy business definition. I think a 20-year legacy business would be sufficient.
Can you list the amendments again?
Not the amendments, all of the amendments in the staff presentation, the red lines. Everything that's
Oh, I'm
red
sorry. Well, I did mention on the public,
line. The correction to the,
yeah, well, the corrections, but also
I think grammatical corrections, yes, we want grammatical.
grammatical corrections, but also when the section on 3.4, kind of adding verbiage that's similar to,
The prior noticing rather than the
Yeah,
post noticing. Yeah, that, I think, yes, that would be a,
8.2, right? Move to before.
Yes.
we approve.
yes, so the affected parties would be noticed prior to any council or action, yeah. I'm fine with that. So that would be my motion. Is that clear to staff? Clear to council? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Mayor Harrington, second by Councilmember Chan. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-1.
Thank you. Next item, please.
We have no new business this evening. Our next section is public comment, and I do not have any speaker cards for this section.
All right, no speakers cards. No one in the audience. Next item, city manager's report. All right, no items. Council comments. You got 1 minute each.
can't do that.
Keith's rule.
Talk as much as I want here. No, first of all, on legacy business, I'm going to have to go back to that. Can I get support that we give it back to the Historical Association to develop an award structure of some sort?
I think that we should get something like that on the agenda. I think that'd be really nice to get.
I need one more.
Sure, yes.
Right, okay, that wasn't too bad. I wanted to also ask for support. I know all of us have been getting questions about street vendors, and I think part of the issue is that there's not good insight for our residents to know that a lot of that stuff is being taken away from us. We do the basics, which is the health permit and then the licensing, and then we do some kind of review. But I would like the staff to put something at least on the website, maybe some social media to educate and let people know we're listening, but our hands are tied also. they've removed that control from us. And so I need support from my colleagues again, for staff, to direct staff to put something, and we can do multiple languages too, but I think it's important because it is escalating, and we just can't shut them down. I mean, that's just not what we can do, even as council.
Yeah, I think a one-pager would be nice, like an informational sheet
Yeah, just
on the website, and then, yeah.
Do I have support?
I have.
Yes.
Great, okay. Next is the flags that are displayed. It was mentioned a couple times. I actually even got texts that how impactful that is. So I want to thank Rebecca and Matthew for listening to us as council that we want things different, something different. And that is just such a wonderful tribute to our veterans. And you know, we're going to have our first ceremony, but it's already starting. And I'm just so grateful that Rebecca came up with that idea with by looking at some other cities, but it's just so beautiful there, right next to our church. It's wonderful. So thank you for doing that. And then Dia de los Muertos, Dia de Muertos is what they say in Mexico, but we say Dia de los Muertos here. But again, well attended, record numbers again. And it is truly a celebration, and I'm so nice to hear what you said, Andrew, that's why we have it. It's to come together and not necessarily mourn, but just remember and bring smiles and just fill our souls with something positive. And it was just, I cannot tell you the amount of thank yous I got from so many people. They just really appreciated it. So thank you again to Rebecca and Matthew. For putting that together, and for La Casa's teachers who put the smaller one together with Katrina and the other, I forget the gentleman. Is it Katrina and what is it, Andrew? Katrina and I forget. Anyway, really nicely done. So thank you, La Casa. And thank you for the city to separate the two, because sometimes people want to group it together, and it's two different events, have two different meanings, two different purposes. So thank you for separating them. And oh yeah, and the Karina and then El Pavo Bakery, that line was constant, and the food was so good, tamales and affordable, and champurrado was one of the best I've had yet, because champurrado is hard to make. So anyway, thank you again to the staff, and then just a reminder, this Thursday we're having our Veterans Lunch. It's the Kiwanis Club in collaboration with the city. It's going to be at the Mission Playhouse at 12 noon. Free for vets and our first responders, $20 for all other guests. And then Friday, of course, is the first ever veteran ceremony. And I think it was maybe thanks to you, Vice Mayor, mentioning how you had to go to other cities. Great point. And now we have our own, and we can celebrate our veterans. And so thank you.
Thank you. Everyone else gets 12 seconds. Just kidding.
I only need 10.
I'm just kidding. It's getting late.
Okay. Let me make it
Mayor,
really short.
just kidding.
This Friday, city closed. City Hall closed, right? But we still have an event at 10 o'clock. Please join us for the Veteran Day ceremony, just across from the City Hall. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 12 seconds.
Just kidding.
Real quick, I wanted to recognize a couple events that I attended. On the 21st of October, I attended Ogopogo's 5th anniversary celebration. We're very proud of them because they're our local microbrewery, and they do a great job for our city. So October 26th, there was a barbecue fundraiser for the San Gabriel PD K-9 officer, Barada, and his family to help with his health challenges. And I was very happy to see that many people showed up, especially from other city police department agencies from around the Southern California, San Gabriel Valley area. On the 27th, I attended the San Gabriel Fall Fun Festival. It was very well attended, and I thank the staff for putting on another great event. Let's see. Also earlier on the 27th, I attended the monthly San Gabriel Chamber of Commerce monthly networking breakfast event, Our speaker was Gary Watt. He's a real estate agent that created something called the Hometown app. It's an app to help real estate professionals, so look into that. And on the November 2nd, I attended the San Gabriel Chamber of Commerce's Harvest Dinner, and it was a great event, and I want to thank the Hilton for another great hosting job. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I yield.
Thank you. Councilor Ding.
So, yeah, my colleague has already mentioned a lot of event, but I just mentioned that I have a chance to join our counties, belong to the sanitation central year, 100 years already, as a help our community, our district, for the sewer line, and they used also like some good technology, try recycle water for the environment. Okay, the recycled water also protect the ocean, also maybe possible to like reuse this kind of water for future. At least I know can use you just wash if you don't approve for the drink, but you see, but they still call it pure water. Okay, all right, and that's sanitation. And then I have joined the COG meeting. It's with the energy and transportation, but energy, the committee. So I suggest our city manager Mark or city staff have chance to. They next year have a lot of grant for the environmental, especially for the like EV car, or maybe we have put on more like electricity car to charge. They have a lot of grants from federal, state, and the county. So you can asking the COG to find out the resource. And transportation is still talking about like safety future. It's for the future. It's increasing more. Residents can use the metro. Okay, so yeah, that's my report. Okay, and yeah, let me see. Yeah, another report. It's our San Gabriel Hope Line Curve. Last Friday, have a chance to cooperate with Rebecca Community Service. We distributed like almost 100 boxes for the cookie to our senior meal. And actually, this morning, we go to our city, the adult care center, and almost like 80 something people got this cookie. So all the senior person is happy. And happy Thanksgiving Day.
Box.
One box, the cookie.
Huge box of cookies that have probably 100 cookies in them.
Yeah. One box each person. Yeah. Hopefully they have the good Thanksgiving season. Okay. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you for the blessing. I don't have anything to add. I think every event we've attended is covered. I would like to thank staff for the veterans display. It's sometimes the smallest or simplest gestures have the biggest impact, and I think it's a very visible location, very highly traveled, and it's very respectful. I really thought it looks, the visual impact is great. I really appreciate that. We have no closed session, so without objection, I will adjourn the city council. The next city council meeting for November 21st has been canceled. The next regular city council meeting is scheduled for December 5th. We'll have a delayed start at 7:30 p.m. immediately following the holiday tree lighting, and the meeting is adjourned at 11:07.